Chapter 716. Suyu, you still have to die first. Some people were sad, while others were crazy. Gu Taishu, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, laughed ferociously. You can die in peace. I will send your 2 women on their way later, so that you won't be lonely in the underworld. Su Yu had almost died during the collision in the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion. This time it was the same. Su Yu had been defeated in both of their previous exchanges, and this time he was thoroughly defeated. A hint of mockery flashed in Su Yu's eyes. As he spoke, a flag the size of a palm suddenly rose from the sea where Gu Taishu was. The flag fluttered in the wind, and a black light flashed. The scene around Gu Taishu was like an illusion, quickly turning into a chilly snowfield. In the snowfield, Gu Taishu had lost his cultivation and was reduced to a mortal body, shivering in the chilly wind. The Ice Soul Divine Dream Spell? Gu Taishu was shocked. As someone from the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands, how could he not know the spell's name? The 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands' first illusory spell. He had never expected that Su Yu would leave behind such a spell before his death. When did he set it up? Ever since he had appeared. The 2 of them had been fighting, so he had no time to set it up. The only possibility was that he had set up this flag a long time ago as a last resort. Such a meticulous plan made Gu Taishu's heart skip a beat. He knew that he had to find the spell's weak point immediately and leave it. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Gu Taishu looked around, trying to find the spell's weak point. In the eyes of the outside world, Gu Taishu was standing far away, motionless like a wooden pillar. I should take this chance to kill him. Su Yu exhaled with difficulty. Gu Taishu was in the illusory spell, so it was the best chance to kill him. Sienna raised her head and wiped away her tears. Her eyes, which were like precious gems, were filled with unforgettable hatred. Why? Why did you mess up our lives? Sienna clenched her fists tightly and her eyes were ice cold. Brother Su, you went through so many hardships, and he almost died many times. All he ever wanted was to have a clear conscience and never owe anyone anything. What enmity do you have with us? Why do you have to kill us? It seemed like he was shouting and crying, as if he was expressing all the injustice Su Yu had suffered in his life. If your world wants brother Su Yu dead, I, Qin Xianer, swear that I will destroy your world with my remaining life. The delicate Qin Xianer was like the Grim Reaper at this moment. She was cold and merciless. A cold aura that had never appeared before appeared in her eyes. At the same time, the aura of death also appeared. Die! I want all of you to die! Qin Xianer roared with hatred in her heart. The obscure power of death descended between heaven and earth, enveloping Gu Taishu with a loud rumble and dragging him into the abyss of death. Without the dragon-slaying celestial sword, Gu Taishu would have perished in the world just by relying on his physical body. Pa! Suddenly a crisp sound rang out. The black phoenix that had descended upon Gu Taishu's head was struck by the nameless divine power and dissipated with a whimper. At the same time, a ghastly aura that seemed to come from the depths of hell slowly spread out and dispersed the black phoenix. Hee, I have just left for an hour, yet the situation has already turned around. It's really beyond my expectations. A person wearing a yellow robe suddenly appeared in the empty space. His whole body was emitting a ghastly aura, and he seemed extremely terrifying. It was Venerable Fu Gue. He had come back at the last moment. Sienna suffered another backlash, and she groaned softly before she staggered and fell on Su Yu's chest. Even though she was facing a divine master's boundless pressure, there wasn't any fear in her eyes. She was just indifferent and austere. The Death Phoenix's body. TSK. I really didn't expect that the Death God's body, which never appeared in Jiuzhou, would appear in the Jinlong continent. Venerable Fu Gue examined Qin Xianer with great interest, while greed flickered in his eyes. Such a divine body will be wasted on a lad like you, so I will pass it on to you. Venerable Fu Gue spoke sinisterly, while licking his lips excitedly. I just happen to cultivate a magical technique that allows me to devour inherited bloodlines. Lad, you have really given me a great gift. Venerable Fugue, who was well versed in the ghost path, had walked much further on the path of blood cultivation than ordinary people. Thus, devouring other people's inherited bloodlines was a heaven-defying magical technique for him. Qin Xianer's gaze was resolute, while her silver teeth were dyed red. She looked at him coldly and said, I would rather be fed to a dog than allow an otherworldly person like you to have your way. Venerable Fugue revealed a sinister smile and said, It's not up to you to decide. As he spoke, he waved his hand at Qin Xianer, while 5 hideous ghost heads flew out of his sleeves and charged at Qin Xianer. The ghost heads were ugly and emitted a dense, ghostly energy. Their whole bodies emitted a rotten aura, while they emitted an aura that could crush all fairies. Each of the ghost heads was at the level 9 fairy realm. Even a single level 9 fairy, Gu Taishu, had almost killed Suyu, let alone 5 of them. When they appeared, everyone, including the people in the Dragon Abyss, despaired. They didn't even need a divine master to attack them, as they still didn't have any chance of victory. The ghost heads opened their mouths and started biting Qin Xianer, devouring her flesh and blood, while draining her of her blood essence. Qin Xianer wasn't afraid of them, and her eyes were filled with a deathly aura as she stared at the ghost heads. However, when she uttered the word die, the ghost heads weren't affected in the slightest, and they pounced at Qin Xianer. The Death Phoenix's body is capable of taking a living being's life. But how can a dead ghost head take its life? Lassie, it seems like you have run into your nemesis. Venerable Fugue revealed a strange smile. Qin Xianer was taken aback by this, before she started laughing bitterly. Brother Suyu, I'm sorry. I will leave first, and I will wait for you down there. Qin Xianer had a strong heart, and she was quite decisive at this moment. She would rather kill herself than be bitten to death by the ghost heads and have her bloodline power drained by them. However, before she could take any action, the 5 ghost heads suddenly sensed something terrifying, and they started shrieking and fleeing in all directions. But before they could flee, their ear-piercing shrieks came to an abrupt end. A wisp of gray soared chi-pierced through the 5 ghost heads like a ray of light. It happened in the blink of an eye. Even Venerable Fugue was caught unprepared by such a sudden occurrence. As he groaned in pain, a wisp of blood seeped out of the corners of his mouth. The ghost heads had been destroyed, and he had suffered a backlash. What happened? Venerable Fugue's pupils contracted as he looked at the gray, sword energy. He felt extremely restless. Evil energy? What a terrifying evil energy. Venerable Fugue's sinister smile disappeared, and his expression became grave. As he looked at the ordinary gray, sword energy, he felt like he had run into his nemesis, and he started retreating. Even the Blood Emperor was afraid of a wisp of evil energy refined by Dark Suyu, let alone an almighty divine master. Lad, is this your trump card? Venerable Fugue felt like he had fallen into Suyu's trap. As a matter of fact, how could he have come back just when Gu Taishu was on the brink of death? He had been hiding in a corner when he had pulled out the dragon-slaying fairy sword to fight against Suyu. Venerable Fugue was afraid of Suyu's techniques, so he had waited until both of them had suffered heavy injuries before coming back to deal with the aftermath. Suyu, who was on the brink of death, had unexpectedly left behind a terrifying trump card that had trapped Gu Taishu. It was only now that Venerable Fugue showed himself. He wanted to show that he owed Gu Taishu a favor, and he also wanted to take credit for killing Suyu since the danger had already passed. However, who would have expected that Suyu had left behind an even more terrifying evil energy? Venerable Fugue knew that it had been left behind for him. At this moment, he felt like he had been plotted against. How could Suyu have overlooked the fact that there was another more terrifying person besides Gu Taishu, Venerable Fu Gui? The evil energy in the flag had been left behind for him. After the evil energy destroyed the 5 ghost heads, it weakened slightly, but it still had a terrifying might left behind, and Venerable Fu Gui could still feel the danger of death. Swoosh! The evil energy attacked Venerable Fu Gui at an extremely high speed, and even a divine master couldn't dodge it. Venerable Fu Gui's heart thumped wildly, and his several hundred years of cultivation experience told him that he was facing a true life or death crisis. He couldn't dodge it, nor could he face it head-on. As he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze locked onto Gu Taishu, who was trapped in the formation and couldn't budge. After a struggle appeared in his eyes for a moment, he clenched his teeth and flew over. "Sir, it's just a clone body, so please forgive me." At such a critical juncture, Venerable Fu Gui waved his hand and sucked Gu Taishu's clone out of the formation to his front. Gu Taishu, who had just escaped from the formation, was at a loss for what had happened. When he detected Venerable Fu Gui's aura behind him, he relaxed and assumed that his rescue had come. He looked at Suyu from afar and revealed a cold smile. "Suyu, everything has come to an end. You can't kill me, but I will kill all of your relatives and friends." However, when his voice just echoed, he realized that something was amiss. A wisp of evil energy, which made his hair stand on end, quietly passed through his body. Moreover, he didn't even manage to see the outline of the evil energy clearly before it penetrated his body. In an instant, his body cracked inch by inch like a piece of dead wood that had been burned out. Then it peeled off. Even after his consciousness died, he still couldn't understand what had killed him. The evil energy sword, which had killed Gu Taishu, became dimmer, and only a wisp of it was left, which then flew toward Venerable Fu Gui. Even though the crisis of death had passed, Venerable Fu Gui still didn't dare to be careless, so he revolved his whole body's divine power to deal with it. Bang! As a loud noise echoed, Venerable Fu Gui was sent flying back, as if he had been electrocuted. Blood gushed out of his mouth, while a large bloody hole appeared in his chest. His body was heavily injured, but he didn't lose his life. Venerable Fu Gui's whole body shivered as he barely managed to keep his life. It was too terrifying, and when he came in contact with that wisp of evil energy, he felt like a terrifying evil being was trying to devour him. If Gu Taishu's death hadn't neutralized most of the evil energy, even though he was a divine master, he would have surely died. Venerable Fu Gui's heart shivered for a long time, and when his gaze locked onto Suyu once again, his fear and killing intent erupted like a flood. "You can't live. Die." When a divine master was angered, countless corpses would appear. However, before he could attack, the heavenly orchid silver bamboos golden leaves sealed the dragon abyss opened once again. At that moment, a beautiful woman came out of the dragon abyss anxiously. Awful. Venerable Fu Gui's heart sank. They were going to hide in the dragon abyss. The heavenly orchid silver bamboos golden leaves were extremely hard, and even if he used his whole power, he wouldn't be able to harm them. Chapter 717. "Stop!" Venerable Fu Gui shouted angrily, his voice echoing like thunder. It was obvious that he couldn't conceal his anger. Qin Xianer's despairing heart was suddenly filled with hope. As long as she had a chance, she would be able to save Suyu. "Thank you, Sister Jingyu. Hurry up and take him back to save Brother Suyu." Qin Xianer was so grateful that she started crying. Xia Jingyu was still holding their shoulders, but she just stood there. She didn't plan to escape. Instead, she looked at Qin Xianer with her bright eyes and revealed a meaningful smile. "He who said that I came here to save him." Xianer was startled by her words. "Sister Jingyu, don't cause trouble. The enemy is too powerful, so we shouldn't stay here." Bang! Xia Jingyu twisted her wrist, causing Qin Xianer to feel a sharp pain and squat down. "Sister Jingyu, what are you doing?" Qin Xianer endured the pain and asked in surprise. Xia Jingyu looked at the sky and laughed. Her laughter was filled with madness. What am I doing? Ha ha ha. I'm obviously trying to separate you and make Suyu regret his actions. As she lowered her head, Xia Jingyu's eyes, which used to be as gentle as water, were now filled with madness. Xianer, my good friend, why don't you ask your husband who he loves? Xia Jingyu sneered coldly, while the corners of her mouth curled up into a playful smile. It seemed like she really wanted to see Qin Xianer's grief and sorrow when she found out that the person Suyu loved wasn't her. It seemed like only by doing so would she be able to relieve the resentment in her heart. However, what she didn't expect was that Xianer's pale face was still calm, while a mocking smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. I obviously know who he loves, and it's you, Sister Jingyu. Such a reply was like a thunderbolt that struck Xia Jingyu's heart, causing her smile to stiffen. Even the heart of Suyu, who was on his deathbed, shuddered. Did Xianer already know about it? You already knew about it? Xia Jingyu's crazed expression disappeared, while confusion appeared on her face. When did you find out about it? Xianer laughed bitterly. It was a self-mocking laugh. When I found out that Lord Yu was Sister Jingyu, I understood. Yu's memories of Suyu, as well as the Starry Sky heavenly book. Sister Jingyu used her blood, sweat, and tears to create this book of memories. Even before she died, she still wanted to entrust it to Brother Suyu. Apart from this, what else could it mean? Qin Xianer had already known about Xia Jingyu's feelings for Suyu. She, who was already mature and sensitive, understood what was going on. But on the surface, he still pretended to be ignorant and silently endured the bitterness in his heart. As for Brother Suyu, he also likes you. As Qin Xianer spoke, she looked at Suyu, while bitterness and loneliness appeared at the corners of her mouth. It's because Brother Suyu looks at me like I'm at the horizon, and I can't see my own reflection in his eyes. It's because his heart is filled with someone else. That person can only be big, Sis Jingyu. Xia Jingyu's body stiffened. She didn't expect that Qin Xianer would know everything. A trace of emotion appeared in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared and she regained her indifference. Since you are aware that it was you who stole my position and everything that belonged to me, you should understand your fate, right? Xianer revealed a relieved smile. There wasn't any resentment in her clear eyes, only an apologetic expression. Xianer nodded her head and said, I know, and that's why I already planned to return Brother Suyu to you. I don't have any more regrets after marrying Brother Suyu, and before I die, I can return him to Sister Jingyu. Qin Xianer then said, Sister Jingyu, I'm sorry. I knew that you were in love with each other, yet I still came between you. I'm really selfish, but I really like you. I like you a lot, and I like you the most. She then added, I like Brother Suyu hugging me, patting my head and spoiling me. I like Brother Suyu's smile, words and actions. I like everything about him. She then added, Forgive me for my selfishness. Now you can take Brother Suyu away, as he belongs to you. Qin Xianer smiled, but her eyes were filled with tears. A layer of black mist gradually appeared on the surface of his body, forming the outline of a phoenix. The phoenix flapped its wings as if it wanted to leave Xianer's body and fly into the boundless sky. Venerable Fugue, who was flying over, was startled. This is... In the dragon abyss, Ju Yuanzhou's eyes flickered with shock. Is this the Death Phoenix? Rumor has it that if the bloodline of the possessor of the Phoenix of Death Physique isn't pure enough, the moment the bloodline awakens, the possessor of the Phoenix of Death Physique will quickly wither, and in the end the possessor will die. Before Qin Xianer broke through to the fairy realm, the power of her bloodline did not awaken. It awakened immediately after she broke through to the fairy realm. These words were like a heavy hammer that hammered hard on everyone's heart. It was no secret that Qin Xianer was unable to break through to the fairy realm with the help of the cloud-galloping horse. He had thought that it was because of Qin Xianer's unique physique that made it difficult for her to break through. But now, it seemed that it wasn't that she couldn't break through. Rather, Xian knew that once she broke through, she would die. Therefore, he pretended that he couldn't break through and refused to do so. She just wanted to stay by Su Yu's side for a longer period of time. Even if it was just one day, it would be enough. But just one day was too short. When Su Yu's life was in danger, she finally took a step forward and activated her bloodline's power. Thus, her death was already within her expectations. Xia Jingyu felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her eyes flickered while her heart trembled. Qin Xianer had already prepared herself for death. Even if this day hadn't come, she would have quickly left Su Yu's side and returned him to her. Now it was just a few days in advance. Xia Jingyu loosened her grip and staggered back. She was in a daze. When Su Yu, who was on his deathbed, heard such a shocking matter, he forcefully regained his consciousness. Even though his vision was blurry, the petite person's figure shook the depths of his soul for the first time. He had let her down. He had let down a woman who loved him so deeply. It turned out that he had refused to break through just to stay by her side for a while longer. It was laughable that he had even given her the fairy pill to help her break through, since when had a foolish man like him ever tried to probe her heart? She had always been lonely, and she had loved him out of loneliness. Even though she knew that Su Yu's heart was filled with another woman, she still pretended to be ignorant about it. She had always been lonely. Since the day the Xianyu prefecture had been destroyed, she had always been alone. She had loved Su Yu silently, endured her pain alone, and pretended to be naive alone. She had walked to this day alone. As for Su Yu, he had thought that he had given her warmth by accompanying Qin Xianer. Little did he know that Xianer had always been lonely. She had only pretended to be naive and happy to comfort Su Yu. She had always been happy. The one she had truly protected wasn't Qin Xianer, but Su Yu. Su Yu's heart was in turmoil, and he felt an unprecedented shock. It was the first time that Xianer's figure had appeared so clearly in his heart. She was the pampered princess of the Twilight Mountains, the little girl who had stored pills for him in the Fenghuang Valley, the girl who had stored Dragon Abyss fruits for him in the Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds, and the bride who had sacrificed her life for him. All of these scenes were like a night sky in which the clouds had been blown away. The stars shone brightly, illuminating the world. They were like a lonely boat in the autumn rain, disappearing into the misty rain, leaving behind scattered ripples on the calm lake. His heart ached, he was moved, and he blamed himself. Countless emotions seeped into every part of Su Yu's heart. It turned out that he had once had such a girl in his life. However, as the death phoenix left her body, her life was like a flickering candle in the wind, and it was extinguished before Su Yu's eyes. Brother Su Yu, Sienna loves you, and she has always loved you. Tears welled up in Sienna's eyes. As the death phoenix left, her eyes gradually became dim, and they lost their luster and radiance. However, she still wore a faint smile on her face, a satisfied smile. This was because the last thing she saw was Su Yu, the Su Yu she had always loved. Sienna! Su Yu's heart was pounding, and tears rolled down his cheeks. There was remorse, self-blame, and indescribable grief in his heart. It was as if he had lost the most important thing in his life. As Su Yu roared in a low voice, he gently stroked the 9 jade spiritual pearl. A small and exquisite jade pagoda appeared in his palm. Inside the pagoda, there was a 9-colored pill that was enshrined like a Buddha. When the jade pagoda appeared, the whole Jinlong world's life force seemed to become denser. The life force around Su Yu was so dense that if one breathed it in, his body would explode and he would die. It was comparable to the world's strongest poison. As the life force engulfed him, Su Yu's lost life force started recovering at a shocking speed. His body, which had almost collapsed, was quickly stitched back together. Such a heaven-defying scene. which seemed to have been created by the world itself, was displayed in front of everyone. Just the pill's fragrance alone had pulled Suyu back from the brink of death. His body's injuries had completely disappeared. What kind of pill is this? Venerable Fugue's pupils contracted in shock. The people in the Dragon Abyss were also shocked. They couldn't believe that there was such a pill in this world that could bring the dead back to life. Suyu held the exquisite jade pagoda and stood up slowly. He looked at Xia Jingyu and said calmly, "Jingyu, I'm sorry. I wanted to die to repay your kindness, but I've changed my mind. I can't die just for Xiener." Suyu walked over and supported Xiener. Her body, which was warm and gentle, gradually turned cold. Her life force had already been extinguished, and she had already died. Only the ancient divine pill, the fate-altering pill, could bring her back to life. Suyu's gaze was filled with love as he hugged Xiener. It was as if he had returned to the Xinyu prefecture and was hugging the pampered young princess. "Xiener, I'm sorry for making you leave me for a while. I'll bring you back now." As he took the 9-colored pill from the pagoda, a shocking spiritual energy engulfed the whole world. It seemed like it was a powerful object that gathered the whole world's life force. Suyu flipped his palm over and pushed it into Xiener's mouth. However, at this moment, a sweet fragrance assaulted his nose as a beautiful woman grabbed Xiener's shoulder and pulled her away. Suyu's hand didn't manage to push the pill into Xiener's mouth. "Jingyu, what are you doing?" Suyu was startled to see that it was Xia Jingyu who had captured Qin Xiener. She was coldly looking at Suyu, and her face was filled with indescribable indifference. Chapter 718. The people in the Dragon Abyss were furious. At such a critical moment, Xia Jingyu actually obstructed the revival of Qin Xiener? No one knew if the longer Qin Xiener was dead, the longer it took for her to die, the more it would affect the effects of the heaven-reversing pill. If the time dragged on, the heaven-reversing pill would be ineffective. Wouldn't that mean that Qin Xiener had died forever? "Xia Jingyu," Suyu shouted in a deep voice. "You can hate me, but why did you hurt Xiener? She's innocent." Xia Jingyu's eyes grew colder. "Innocent? He clearly knew that we were in love, yet he still snatched you away. Such a selfish person deserves to die." At this moment, Xia Jingyu gave Suyu a strange feeling, as if the person standing in front of him was a completely different person. Her death is not to be regretted. Don't even think about living past today. Today, I will kill both of you bastards. Xia Jingyu's killing intent was aroused, and her gaze became ice-cold. As she raised her hand, a divine weapon appeared in her palm, and she thrust it at Suyu's chest. Suyu was shocked, and he revolved his vital energy to retreat. However, the moment he activated it, Suyu's heart turned cold. His true chi was gone. Not even a trace was left. He hurriedly looked into his body and was instantly stunned. His dantian had been penetrated by the dragon-slaying celestial sword. The remaining 2 true crystals had shattered. He had lost all of his true crystals. Apart from his fleshly body, he had lost his cultivation. Xia Jingyu's sword was merciless, and it was filled with killing intent as it flew toward Suyu's vital parts. Wu Aoyue, who came to warn them, was 100,000 zhang away. She was unable to help them at all. Suyu was unexpectedly going to die at Xia Jingyu's hands. Clang, however, at the critical moment, a figure attacked. The sharp true chi easily shook off Xia Jingyu's sword. A cloaked figure stood in front of Suyu. Under the cloak was a gentle and refined face. He was in his early 30s, and his eyes were filled with wisdom. Traceless. The people in the Dragon Abyss heaved a sigh of relief. When they took a closer look, they were shocked. After Wu Hen obtained Suyu's help and advanced to the level 3 fairy realm, he injured Wu Aoyue and betrayed her, then disappeared. No one had expected that he would suddenly appear when Suyu had no one to help him. "Young master, I came late. Please punish me." Wu Hen turned around and bowed respectfully, his eyes filled with emotion. In the past, he had received Su Yu's orders and pretended to betray the Heavenly Law Alliance, while in fact he had been lurking around the Heavenly Law Alliance. If Su Yu suffered a mishap one day, he must definitely save Xian'er and Xia Jingyu. However, the way things had developed to this point was completely unexpected. In order to save Su Yu, Xian'er died because of the power of her bloodline. Xia Jingyu had betrayed him and wanted to kill Su Yu. Su Yu's gaze was locked onto Xia Jingyu. His gaze gradually turned cold. Xia Jingyu, what are you trying to do? TSK, what a hindrance. Xia Jingyu glared at Traceless, who had suddenly appeared, and said coldly, What are you doing? Of course it's to take credit. Xian'er's corpse will be handed over to Venerable Fu Gui to refine her bloodline power, while your head will be handed over to the Central Prefecture's king. This way, I'll be able to choose again and become the Central Prefecture's king's concubine. Xia Jingyu said heartlessly, Thank you for letting me understand that everyone's heart is selfish. Thinking back on what I've done for you, it's really foolish and laughable. Now I've woken up. Becoming the concubine of the Central Prefecture's king and using his power to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts is the fate I, Xia Jingyu, deserve. Su Yu was shocked. Xia Jingyu wants to become the Central Prefecture's king's concubine? Su Yu was startled for a long while, and his expression became gloomy. He didn't know whether she had said those words out of anger or if she really intended to do so. Jingyu, take advantage of the fact that you haven't taken the wrong step to exchange for Xian'er's body. Even if I have to use my life to exchange for it, Su Yu said in a deep voice. Xia Jingyu sneered coldly. Dream on. Now that you have lost your cultivation, you're just a cripple. So, what right do you have to negotiate with me? As she spoke, she turned her head around and looked at Venerable Fu Gui. It seems like you've seen enough. Don't you want to kill Su Yu to atone for your crimes in front of Gu Taishu? He had used Gu Taishu's clone as a shield, and if he didn't kill Su Yu, Gu Taishu wouldn't spare him. Do I need you to remind me? Venerable Fu Gui was startled, and his expression became gloomy, while killing intent appeared in his eyes. Although Xia Jingyu was also on his list of must-kill targets, he still had to kill Su Yu. Awful. Young master, run away. Traceless was startled. Since he had just witnessed an almighty divine master about to attack him, how could he still wait? He grabbed Su Yu, turned around, and fled. As he fled, he said, Young master, as long as you're alive, there's hope. You have lost your cultivation, so you aren't a match for him. If you die now, we won't be able to take back Miss Qin's corpse. So, please bear with it. He could feel Su Yu's killing intent, which almost disturbed his mind as he was taking him away. Su Yu didn't struggle, even though a raging fire was burning in his heart, and even though his mind was muddled by his killing intent, which made him want to throw caution to the wind. However, his remaining reason told him that if he acted rashly at this moment, Xian'er would really disappear from the world, never to come back. At this moment, Wu Aoyue also caught up to them, and she looked at Xia Jingyu with hatred. You ignorant woman! Su Yu had a premonition that a great disaster would befall him, and that was why he had arranged for Traceless to save her and Qin Xian'er. It could be imagined just how important Xia Jingyu was to him. But, in the end, Xia Jingyu had betrayed him mercilessly and wanted to use their lives in exchange for future glory and wealth. Such was the way to make people's hearts go cold. You want to leave? Xia Jingyu snorted coldly, then chased after him with her sword. Venerable Fu Gui quickly approached them, as if he had teleported. At such a critical moment, Su Yu's gaze became ice-cold, and he shouted softly, Small Kylan, sword! As a purple radiance flickered, the small Kylan squatted on Su Yu's shoulder, and the dragon-slaying fairy sword in its mouth fell down. Su Yu extended his hand. Even though he had lost his cultivation, his first dragon body didn't suffer any harm. Even though the fairy sword was quite heavy, It wasn't difficult for him to hold it. Dragon-slaying fairy sword attack. Su Yu held the sword's hilt, while his gaze became ice-cold. Even though he didn't instill any vital energy into it, the sword still possessed an extremely powerful might, and just its sword intent alone was extremely powerful. A blood-red light beam shot out of the sword, and it flew toward Venerable Fuguei, who was leading the way. Damn it! Even Venerable Fuguei didn't dare to face it head-on, so he quickly retreated. A hazy light flickered above Xia Jingyu's head, and a small transparent person's figure appeared. It was a charming woman, and her whole body was transparent. Her pretty eyes were filled with deep resentment, and she was looking at Su Yu from afar. When the blood-red light beam came at her, she swept it forward and sent it flying. Such a scene didn't escape Su Yu's eyes. His expression became grave, and his killing intent became even more intense. Inspector Hongwan, it's you. It was the all-creation old monster Hongwan. She was one of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands, 3 great all-creation experts. One of her clones had attached itself to Sheng Xuelian's body, and it had appeared at the last juncture of the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. But it was unexpectedly destroyed by Dark Su Yu. However, it seemed like a fragment of her soul had managed to escape by luck, and it had attached itself to Xia Jingyu's body. It was her who was controlling Xia Jingyu. Lad, since you destroyed my soul, I will make you suffer a horrible death. Hongwan's gaze was filled with great resentment, and she wanted to chase after Su Yu. However, she was delayed by the dragon-slaying fairy sword, and Wu Hen and Wu Oa had already brought Su Yu back to the dragon abyss. Venerable Fu Gui's pupils contracted, and he sucked in a breath of cold air as he looked at the remnant soul above Xia Jingyu's head. Senior Hongwan. Venerable Fu Gui's expression changed drastically. Hongwan's gaze swept over Venerable Fu Gui, and her expression wasn't too arrogant. After all, she was just a remnant soul, and even if she wanted to be arrogant, she still had to consider her own situation. Fu Gui, summon more bright light guards, and you must destroy the seal and kill that lad. Hongwan instructed him, while she grabbed the Emperor Tower, which had fallen from Gu Taishu's body, and threw it at him. Venerable Fu Gui was put in a difficult position. This, although Hongwan was also the Central Prefecture's king's subordinate, she didn't have the right to meddle in the Jinlong continent's affairs, and she also didn't have the right to order him around. What, do you think that killing this lad isn't an urgent matter? Hongwan seemed like she could see through his thoughts, and she sneered coldly. My soul was destroyed by this lad. If you don't kill him in time, then don't even dream about looking for Shinichen in peace. What? Venerable Fu Gui was startled, and he wondered. Hongwan's soul was destroyed by this lad? Hongwan's soul was at least at the level of an almighty divine master, yet it was unexpectedly destroyed by this lad? As Venerable Fu Gui thought about the terrifying evil energy that he had almost lost his life, fear welled up in his heart. This lad really mustn't be allowed to live. If he didn't kill him, then he wouldn't be able to look for Shinichen in peace. Moreover, he felt somewhat guilty if he were to rely on just himself. Moreover, with Hongwan's status, she was able to command more almighty divine master realm bright light guards. Fine, I'll do it right away. However, teleporting one of the 10 great bright light guards will consume 50% of the Emperor Tower's energy, and we have already consumed 60% of it. As such, we can only command almighty divine masters who aren't part of the 10 great bright light guards. Hongwan raised her brows. I'm afraid that this isn't appropriate. If it's necessary, it would be better to let the Blood Emperor know about this lad and let him make a decision. The Blood Emperor? Venerable Fu Gui looked embarrassed. To tell you the truth, the Blood Emperor seems to be injured and he's in secluded cultivation. Even if he knows about this, he probably won't come here. Hongwan was surprised. The Blood Emperor is injured? Who did this? Could it be the two old monsters of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands? Lord Hongwan, you must be joking. How could we know such a secret? Venerable Fuguei was embarrassed, and he thought to himself, the Blood Emperor was injured, and this matter is detrimental to his and the Central Prefecture's prestige. So, how could he make such a big deal out of it? However, it's surely a powerful all-creation old monster, Venerable Fuguei added. It seemed like there wasn't anyone in the Central Prefecture who knew that the Blood Emperor was injured by Suyu. The Jojo world has many experts, and it isn't impossible for the Blood Emperor to be injured. You just need to inform him about this matter, and it's up to him how to deal with it, Hongwan instructed him. Venerable Fuguei nodded, while his gaze hesitantly fell on Qin Xianer's corpse. You don't need to do anything to her, as I still need to study her, Hongwan said mercilessly. Venerable Fuguei was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything, so he left unwillingly. At this moment, Hongwan looked at Xia Jingyu and wore a faint smile. Other people only know that you betrayed Suyu because you were controlled by me. If he knew that I didn't control you, and that it was you who took the initiative to betray him, I wonder what he would think. Xia Jingyu's beautiful face was calm and tranquil. It doesn't matter to me, as he injured me deeply, and if I continue immersing myself in it, I will only sink deeper and deeper. So, it would be better for me to get out of this quagmire and plan for myself. Chapter 719. The Dragon Abyss was deathly silent. After so many battles, Suyu had lost his cultivation and become an ordinary person. His power was even weaker than an ordinary fairy realm cultivator. Standing among the crowd, Suyu was like a wooden puppet, repeating Xiener's dying words over and over again in his mind. Without you, what is there for me to look forward to? Before Suyu's death, Xiener had been lying on Suyu's chest and crying, Brother Suyu, Xiener loves you. I've always loved you. Before she died, she had smiled contentedly and fixed Suyu's figure in her eyes. It was only now that Suyu realized the deep loneliness in her heart. He had said that he would take care of Xiener and dote on her, but the truth was that he had never cared about her feelings. What he cared about was whether he had fulfilled his promise, not Xiener. Suyu was the selfish one. He could not forget Xiener's contentedly smiling face before she died. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Xiener, Suyu murmured. In an instant, he seemed to have aged 10 years. On this day, he had lost the most important thing in his life, a woman who loved him deeply. That regret was even more painful than his Dantian's destruction and his martial path being severed. Young master, Suyu, Wu Aoyue, Zi Yunxiang, and the others came forward and called out softly. They wanted to comfort him, but they did not know what to say. I need some peace and quiet. Suyu waved his hand and left the crowd. He walked into the darkness of the Dragon Abyss alone and sat quietly on a small hill. After 2 hours, Suyu was still sitting quietly. After 20 hours, Suyu was still motionless. After a whole day, Suyu was still motionless. As the days passed, Suyu seemed to have become a stone statue, motionless. Beneath his eyebrows, his eyes had never closed. Even though they were bloodshot, his eyes still did not close. Suyu's face was haggard, and his body was gradually becoming thinner. At the foot of the mountain, Wu Aoyue was quietly waiting. As she looked at the figure at the top of the mountain, her heart ached. Xiener's death was a great blow to Suyu. She knew that Suyu could not let go of Xiener's death. Miss Wu, please let me pass. Zi Yunxiang's eyes were slightly red. Seeing Suyu so depressed, she also felt terrible. Wu Aoyue shook her head from afar. Her face, which had become much thinner, was filled with an indisputable expression. That won't do. Young master doesn't need your comfort. He needs yourself. If he can figure it out, he will go down the mountain. If he can't figure it out, he will be trapped in the mountains. There is no point for you to go. As he spoke, He glanced at a group of women not far away. Princess Yun Yen and Yuro Mo Wu, the master of the Phoenix Cabinet and Fairy Foam. They were all women who had left a deep mark in Su Yu's life. Su Yu's behavior made them restless. Please tell Su Yu that Xiener is still waiting for him to save her. Please wake up quickly. Zi Yunxiang did not insist. She had lost the will to compete with Wu Aoyue in Su Yu's current state. Wu Aoyue nodded and slowly closed her eyes. However, right at that moment Su Yu moved. The dust on his body dispersed and floated in the air. Su Yu's statue-like body was freed from the dust. His plain clothes were as fresh as ever, untainted by dust. His back was as thin and tall as ever. However, what was surprising was that his silver hair had lost its luster and had become snow-white. His silver hair was now as pale as snowflakes. His hair had turned white overnight. He had too many thoughts in his heart, and his silver hair had turned white overnight. As he slowly stood up, his white hair fluttered in the wind. He looked exceptionally dazzling in the darkness. Come up here, Su Yu said. His voice was hoarse, as if his vocal cords had been destroyed overnight. Wu Aoyue's whole body shivered, and as she raised her head to look at him, she saw his white-haired back and old figure. She felt a sharp pain in her heart, but she endured it and leaped onto the mountain. She then knelt down on one knee and said, "Young master, please instruct me." Su Yu turned around. His previous spirited expression had disappeared, and all that was left was coldness and loneliness. It was as if Su Yu had lost all of his emotions in just one night. I want to reconstruct my dantian. Can you help me? Su Yu asked expressionlessly. What? Reconstruct my dantian? Wu Aoyue was shocked, and she was overjoyed. Young master, do you have a way to reconstruct your dantian? Why didn't you tell me earlier? She was extremely excited. As if Su Yu could reconstruct his dantian, he would have an opportunity to go out and fight. He could then take back Qin Xiener and kill that ignorant woman, Xia Jingyu. Young master, may I ask what you need my help with? I won't hesitate to help you. Wu Aoyue was quite curious, and she wondered, is there something difficult about the dantian reconstruction technique that he needs my help with? Su Yu's back was facing Wu Aoyue, and his white hair fluttered in the wind. Even his aged voice sounded faintly discernible. I need your primordial yin. Wu Aoyue's eyes widened. She had never expected that Su Yu would need her primordial yin. In other words, Su Yu wanted her to become his woman and hand over her body, which she had preserved until now. Wu Aoyue gritted her teeth while she was struggling inwardly. She respected Su Yu, and she was truly grateful to him. She was willing to entrust her life to him, and she couldn't get anything from him. After all, Su Yu already had a family, and he already had someone in his heart. If you aren't willing, then just give up. Su Yu sighed. This method is really too much for me. However, just as he finished speaking, the sound of clothes being taken off transmitted from behind him. When everything quieted down, a warm and smooth body came from behind him and pressed against him. Won't you regret it? You won't get anything from it. Su Yu didn't turn around. Wu Aoyue wore a bitter expression, while her snow-white face became flushed. Young master, if you need it, then I will give it to you. Su Yu hesitated. Wu Aoyue sighed, then went to Su Yu and embraced him. Take it for Xiener. Bitterness filled her heart, as she had given her first time to another woman. For Xiener. Su Yu sighed inwardly, then placed her on the ground. As a pained groan echoed out, the two bodies joined together. After an hour, Su Yu was holding a white feather in his hand. It was the Fairy King's relic that Xiener had obtained, and it contained the dantian reconstruction technique. It contained a large amount of primordial yin and a small amount of Fairy King divine liquid, which could repair a destroyed dantian. It could only be used if one's dantian was destroyed completely. Previously, he had destroyed a single vital energy crystal, so it was useless to use it. Now that all of the vital energy crystals had been destroyed and his dantian had been pierced, he could use it. Su Yu put on a layer of clothes, closed his eyes, and guided the primordial Yin, which had entered his body, to his destruction dantian. At this moment, his dantian was pierced from the front to the back. Any spiritual energy that entered it would be lost, unable to be stored or condensed into vital energy crystals. Therefore, the first step was to reconstruct a complete dantian. Primordial Yin had nourishing properties. Many evil cultivators used primordial Yin to strengthen their dantian and increase the amount of true qi stored there. Extracting the Yin essence was the most important thing to reconstruct the dantian. Wu Aoyue was over 25 years old, and her body was still in perfect condition. After entering Su Yu's dantian, it was guided by his will and covered the surface of the damaged dantian. An ordinary person's dantian is only the size of a fist. This reconstruction was to build a new dantian on top of the originally destroyed dantian. However, the space in the abdomen was limited, and it was impossible to accommodate a new fist-sized dantian. Therefore, the reconstructed dantian was to wrap around the original dantian, just like how dumpling skin wraps around the stuffing inside. Therefore, the Yin essence needed to cover the surface of the old dantian. Once the old dantian surface was completely covered, the new dantian would appear. Su Yu concentrated on guiding it and didn't waste even the slightest bit of the precious primordial Yin. He used all of it on the new dantian. Time elapsed slowly, and the covering of the dantian was carried out in an orderly manner. After 2 hours had passed, all of Wu Aoyue's primordial Yin had been covered. However, Su Yu couldn't help but sigh, as all of her primordial Yin was only enough to cover 1/100th of the dantian surface. In other words, he would need 100 perfect women like Wu Aoyue to offer their vital energies to him. He was the Heavenly Law Alliance's master, and if it were in the past, there would have been enough perfect women willing to offer their bodies to him. But now, there were less than 100 of them in the Dragon Abyss. There were less than 10,000 young women, and only 1,000 of them were perfect. As for those who were willing to offer their bodies to him, there might not even be 100 of them. This technique requires an extreme Yin body, and it seems like there is a reason behind it. If it wasn't for the evil cultivators' forceful methods, how could ordinary people find so many perfect women willing to offer their bodies to him? Su Yu sighed inwardly. This technique was feasible, but it was too difficult. Su Yu, why don't I give it a try? A weak and bashful voice drifted into his ears. When he raised his head and looked over, he saw that it was Princess Yun Yan. In the past, during the incident at the Lu Xian faction, Yun Yan had been forced to live in the Yun family, never to show her face again. Su Yu was startled, and when he turned his head around, he saw that Wu Aoyue had already left the mountain. Did Yue tell you? Su Yu asked. Yun Yan didn't dare to look at Su Yu's eyes, so she nodded. Yes, I told her everything. I will come up first, as I didn't use all of my primordial Yin that day. So, I should be able to help you. Su Yu hesitated. Yun Yan didn't say anything, but just took off her clothes and leaned against Su Yu's chest. She then said in a soft voice, Come on, as this isn't our first time. So, you don't need to hold back from hurting me. Su Yu felt like he owed her even more, and after hesitating for a while, he laid her down on the ground. After an hour, Su Yu continued guiding her. Yun Yan's primordial Yin was far inferior to Wu Aoyue's, as she only had 1/10 of it, but Su Yu still used it carefully. When he finished guiding her, there were already 2 women in front of him. Phoenix Cabinet's master, Fairy Feng? Su Yu was startled. Fairy Feng smiled sweetly. I don't have any primordial Yin left, but my teacher still has some left. You don't need to be so courteous. After she spoke, she slowly descended the mountain. It turned out that she had accompanied the Phoenix Cabinet's master up the mountain to give her courage. The Phoenix Cabinet's master's face became flushed, and she spat softly. Fine, I will let you off this time. She didn't have enough primordial een, and it seemed like she only had a little more than Yunyan. Su Yu's eyes were filled with worry. If he continued like this, he might not be able to successfully reconstruct his dantian. He could feel that the primordial een, which had covered his old dantian, was slowly dissipating due to the long delay. It was at this moment that two people rushed over. "And Euro Mo Wu?" Su Yu was startled, and his expression became gloomy. He then waved his hand and said, "You too should leave the mountain. I'm not related to you, so I can't take your primordial een." Chapter 720. I should be able to help you. Don't forget why Lu Jun covets me. And Euro tucked her hair behind her ear and said in a gentle voice, "I have een body. I was born with een essence, which is more than enough to resist hundreds of pure women. If you don't want more women to sacrifice themselves for you, you don't have to hesitate." Speaking of which, Lu Jun of the 100 Territories Alliance had spent 10 years trying to capture Euro precisely because he coveted her powerful extreme een body. Su Yu raised his brows. He vaguely remembered that Euro indeed had such a body. While she was hesitating, Mo Wu raised her eyebrows. "You're a man. Why are you so wishy-washy? Close your eyes. Don't talk." Little did she know that she was blushing. After Su Yu muttered to himself irresolutely for a long while, he bowed to them and said, "I owe Miss a great favor, and I will never forget it." After saying this, Su Yu closed his eyes and allowed Euro to lead. Not long after, her smooth and warm body merged with his. Su Yu furrowed his brows slightly. He had gotten quite a bit of primordial een, but it was still on the same level as Wu Aoyue's. Was Euro's extreme een body only at this level? When he slowly opened his eyes, he saw another person. Mo Wu. Su Yu was shocked. The person who had combined with him just now was not Euro, but Mo Wu. "What? Do you dislike it?" Mo Wu raised her eyebrows. She looked very unfriendly, but her face was extremely red. Next to her, Euro sighed with a complicated expression. "Wu or go. Your worries have been resolved. You can focus on cultivating in the future." This was Euro's tacit consent. As she spoke, Euro untied her belt and threw herself into Su Yu's embrace. Her breath smelled like orchids as she said, "I will leave both of us to you." After a round of lovemaking, Euro left with a rosy face. As for Su Yu, he had obtained a great amount of primordial een. Just as she had said, her primordial een energy was 100 times more than an ordinary virgin girl. The extremely powerful primordial een surged into Su Yu's dantian like a flood and covered every inch of it. Just now, he was still worried that he didn't have enough een essence, but now he had a lot of it. It took Su Yu 6 hours to digest all of the primordial een. When he looked inside his body, he saw that every part of Su Yu's damaged dantian was covered with a thick layer of primordial een. From the outside, the location of the old dantian could no longer be seen. The primordial een dantian has been formed in the shape of a dantian. Next is the crucial second step, which is to use the immortal King Divine liquid to water the primordial een dantian and transform it into a real dantian. Su Yu took out a bottle of liquid droplets. This was the Fairy King's divine liquid that Siener didn't bear to use for herself. Su Yu had asked Wu Aoyue to research its specific composition for a long time, but she still could not figure it out. The only thing he knew was that this divine liquid had an extremely strong effect on cultivation. Other than that, he knew nothing. According to the feather, after mixing with the een essence, it would have an unexpected effect. Time was of the essence, so Su Yu swallowed a drop of Fairy King Divine liquid without hesitation. Through his meridians, he guided it to his dantian, which was covered by the een essence, and dripped it onto the outer layer of the een essence. The fusion of the divine liquid and the primordial een energy was like boiling oil meeting water. Unknowingly, een essence became chaotic, flying in all directions. Immortal King Divine Liquid was also splashed everywhere. The in-essence membrane that he had painstakingly formed showed signs of collapsing in the span of a breath. Moreover, a wave of pain that came from his soul was transmitted to Su Yu's heart. The terrifying pain made him feel like he was being reborn. It was extremely painful, and it was something that Su Yu had never experienced before. Ah! As Su Yu let out a pained roar, his voice reverberated throughout the dragon abyss, shocking everyone who didn't know what was going on. Is that Alliance Master Su's voice? What happened? He is such a resolute person, yet he is in such pain. Did he run into danger? The crowd rushed over to him, all of them extremely concerned. On the mountain, Su Yu was bearing the pain alone. His body was lying on the ground, twisting and rolling around. However, the pain didn't lessen. Instead, it became even more intense. Su Yu felt like his abdomen was about to be torn to shreds. This was an extreme pain. I must bear with it. This is the most crucial moment to reconstruct my dantian. If I give up now, all of my previous efforts will go to waste, and Inuro and the others' sacrifices will be in vain. Moreover, no one will be able to save Siener. Su Yu clenched his teeth so tightly that a cracking sound could be heard. Just like that, he was hovering between life and death, bearing the inhuman pain. It was only after the time it took to brew half a cup of tea that the pain gradually weakened. In the end, when the pain disappeared, Su Yu's whole body went limp, as if all of his energy had been sucked out. After his abdomen calmed down completely, Su Yu looked inside himself. He saw that the primordial een that had covered his once damaged dantian had completely disappeared. What replaced it was a brand new dantian. It was still the size of a fist, and it was no different from the dantian that had not been destroyed. When he looked inside his dantian, a shocking scene appeared before him. Within his dantian, the 3 damaged vital energy crystals had been reborn with the Fairy King's divine liquid. Moreover, they were full and could be used to attack the fairy realm at any time. If this wasn't shocking enough, then what was even more shocking was that at the center of the 3 vital energy crystals, there was a dantian that was the size of half a fist. In the new dantian, there was also a small dantian. Moreover, in the small dantian, there were 3 identical vital energy crystals. According to the Fairy King's feather, the small dantian was the original damaged dantian, which had been compressed into the new dantian. The external dantian was called the heaven dantian, while the internal dantian was called the earth dantian. Both of them could store all kinds of energy, which meant that Su Yu had an extra dantian. Therefore, according to the Fairy King's feather, the reconstructed dantian was twice the size of an ordinary person's dantian. In this way, Su Yu's vital energy would be more vigorous than an ordinary person's, and the power of the same technique would be doubled. Such an effect could be considered a miracle. It was a pity that the Fairy King Divine Liquid, which had an unknown composition, had already been used up, so he couldn't create any more for others. As Su Yu clenched his fists, he felt that he was much more powerful than before, and his confidence in saving Siener had increased greatly. However, just reconstructing his dantian was far from enough. Invite Phoenix Master Chiu over, Su Yu instructed her. At the foot of the mountain, Wu Aoyue's face was flushed and she was in high spirits. Although she had lost her first time, it seemed like she had obtained something, which made her heart feel content. She was in high spirits, and she left after receiving Su Yu's order. While she was inviting Phoenix Master Chiu, Su Yu held the dragon-slaying fairy sword in his left hand and a dim silver ball in his right hand. A fairy artifact fragment and the lightning avoiding silver pearl's embryo, Su Yu muttered softly. The reason why the lightning avoiding silver pearl's embryo was only an embryo was that it lacked a spiritual nature. In order to evolve the embryo into a finished product, it needed a spiritual nature. The only way to infuse it with a spiritual nature was to obtain it from the fairy artifact fragment. Since ancient times, fairy artifact fragments were precious objects, and even fairies found it difficult to obtain them. who would be willing to destroy them and extract their spiritual nature. However, it had an indescribable significance to Suyu, and this was why he chose to destroy it without the slightest hesitation. I learned from Wu Aoyue that extracting the fairy artifact fragment's spiritual nature is dependent on the use of one's soul power. People with innate soul talent can use their souls to forcefully extract the spiritual nature and imbue it into the lightning avoiding silver pearl's embryo. This requires one's soul to leave one's body, which is extremely difficult for ordinary people. However, it's quite easy for me, Suyu muttered softly. Suyu had already cultivated the heaven's sun, gazing at air to the soul control realm, so it was quite easy for him to leave his body. As Suyu weaved signs with his hands, his soul came out of the top of his head and tried to grab the dragon-slaying fairy sword. His hand ignored the fairy sword's body and went into its body. It immediately came into contact with an ice-cold and slippery object, which seemed like a mudfish. It seemed like the object inside the sword had detected danger, and it started struggling, trying to escape from Suyu's hand. Don't waste your energy. Suyu shook his head, then clenched his fingers and forcefully pulled it out. A red, dragon-shaped object, which was a foot long, was pulled out of the sword. A dragon? Suyu raised his brows. It was obvious that he hadn't expected that the dragon-slaying fairy sword's spiritual nature would take the form of a small red dragon. The unexpected spiritual nature made Suyu hesitate for just a moment, but he still imbued it into the lightning-avoiding silver pearl's embryo. The dull lightning-avoiding silver pearl immediately shone with a dazzling silver light, which illuminated the depths of the dragon abyss. As Suyu held the silver pearl, it seemed like he was holding the 9 suns. The lightning-avoiding silver pearl. Phoenix Master Chiu, who had just recovered from her great illness, had arrived late with Wu Aoyue's help. When she saw the lightning-avoiding silver pearl taking shape, she spoke in surprise. At this moment, the crowd, which had been startled by Suyu's roar, also came over. Alliance Master Su's cultivation seems like it has recovered. But why can't I see through it? It seems like a half-fairy, yet it also seems like a fairy. Who cares if he's a half-fairy or a fairy? Alliance Master Su can just kill a fairy with a single hand. That's right. We all believe that Alliance Master Su can surely take back his wife. On the mountain, Suyu and Phoenix Master Chiu were sitting opposite each other. Phoenix Master Chiu, it's my fault for not protecting you well and letting you sleep for so long, Suyu said apologetically as he looked at Phoenix Master Chiu's thin face. Phoenix Master Chiu waved her hand at him. You saved me many times, and I'm already grateful to you. So why are you complaining? This is an urgent matter, so let's not talk about such trivial matters. Do you want to cultivate the evil-destroying silver eyes? Suyu wore a solemn expression as he waved his hand, and 3 materials appeared in front of him. The undead herb of the netherworld, the real dragon's blood, and the lightning-avoiding silver pearl. Each of them was an extremely rare treasure, and it was unlikely that even Jujo could gather all of them. Suyu had spent a long time gathering all of them. This matter is related to the recovery of my eyes, so please teach me how to cultivate the evil-destroying silver eyes, Suyu said sincerely. His eyes contained all of the divine 9 Dragon Cauldron's abilities, and after being sealed for such a long time, it was time to open them. Phoenix Master Chiu nodded and wore a solemn expression. Okay, but there are some things that I didn't tell you before, as I assumed that you wouldn't be able to gather all 3 materials. But now, I have no choice but to tell you in advance. She then added, the evil-destroying silver eyes is a tattered scroll that I obtained by chance. It contains a mysterious eye technique, which contains a wisp of the world's might. It can eliminate the remnant heavenly might in your eyes, so there isn't any problem with it. The problem is that this cultivation technique originates from an ancient real spirit. In other words, this is a pupil technique that only real spirits can cultivate. No one has ever tested it, so I don't know what will happen to humans after they cultivate it. She then added, "You can decide for yourself what to do." A real spirit technique? Su Yu's pupils contracted slightly. Su Yu had heard about how terrifying real spirits were more than once or twice. The one that left a deep impression on him was that a dying real spirit had fallen into the 18 blessed and heavenly lands, and a group of all creation realm experts who coveted it had gone there and never returned. This technique was unexpectedly a real spirit's cultivation technique. However, there were also disadvantages to it. Humans and spiritual beings had different physiological structures, so there was no cultivation technique that could allow one to cultivate both of them. Even if one managed to cultivate it successfully, there would still be a huge problem. In order to regain his sight and recover the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron's abilities, Su Yu would have to face this problem. After pondering it for a while, Su Yu nodded firmly. "I don't have a choice in the current situation, so I choose to cultivate it." He cultivated the evil, destroying silver eyes, and opened the seal. He regained control of the time, space, and pure divine decree. Moreover, ever since the seal had been sealed, the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron had been infusing many red, liquid drops into his body. It was unknown whether the sealed abilities had changed or not. Su Yu was looking forward to opening the seal. Chapter 7:21. It's within my expectations. It's just like your character, as you never fear difficulties. Phoenix Master Chiao wasn't surprised by Su Yu's reply. As far as she could remember, Su Yu had always been someone who faced difficulties head-on, and he had never cowered. Furthermore, Qin Xianer had perished. Under his calm appearance, there was definitely a suppressed madness. If he refused, Phoenix Master Chiao would find it strange. "Su Yu." Phoenix Master Chiao wanted to say something, but she hesitated. In the end, she stood up and let out a long sigh. "Regardless of whether or not you can bring Xianer back to life, I hope that you can think about yourself and live well. That's because Xian never hated you even before she died." After brushing past Su Yu's shoulder, Phoenix Master Chiao put down a blue jade box and quietly descended the mountain. At that moment, she couldn't suppress her grief any longer, and tears started rolling down her cheeks. Xian was her disciple. How cruel was it for her to witness Xian leave the world with great regret. Although she had left with a satisfied smile on her face, she still wanted to spend a long time with Su Yu. "Yes, I understand," Su Yu replied softly. His hoarse voice was like that of an old man who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. It was emotionless and calm like a still lake. His calmness in the eyes of the crowd was not cruelty, but rather his heart was like dead water. If there is no love in life, there is no sorrow in death. There was no longer anyone in the world that he was reluctant to part with. There was no longer anyone that he was excited about. There was no longer anyone that he clung to. There was no difference between life and death. If not for the thought of saving Xian in his heart, he would have already become a walking corpse. That night, when his hair turned white, was the best explanation. Su Yu's face was expressionless as he grabbed the green jade box. When Zhang Xian touched it, he could feel a ferocious aura coming from it. There seemed to be a ferocious beast sealed within the exquisite jade box. Opening the jade chest, a bloody eyeball appeared in front of him. Its entire body was silvery white, and it was densely covered in traces of blood. It was as big as a lychee, about the size of a human eyeball. The edges of the green jade box were worn and rusted. It had been there for many years. However, the eyeball in the box was still glistening and full of spirituality. Even the remaining blood vessels were vivid and lifelike, as if they had just been dug out. Even after so many years, there are no signs of decay. Is this really a real spirit? Su Yu was sure that Phoenix Master Chiao's words were true. This eyeball contained righteous energy, which was extremely effective against Yin and evil. It wasn't without reason that it was called the evil destroying silver eyes. But where was the ancient scroll that Phoenix Master Chiao had mentioned? After thinking for a moment, he sent a wisp of his soul energy into his eyeball. As soon as his soul entered, Suyu's soul was engulfed by a powerful suction force and was sucked into an unknown space. The surroundings were filled with boundless darkness, and there was only a ferocious spirit beast that was 1,000 feet tall, crouching on the ground with its head facing the sky. His entire body was covered in red hair, just like the red-haired ghosts in the legends of childhood, giving off a bloody feeling. One of its heads was extremely ferocious. It had a pair of curved green and white horns on its head, which were sharper than any magical treasure that Suyu had ever seen. It had a green face and fangs. Its face was as blue as frost, and 2 sharp fangs protruded from its huge mouth that took up 1/3 of its face. A pair of strange silver eyes seemed to be smiling as it looked up at the sky. Even though it was a stone statue, Suyu felt as if a great flood was crashing down on him. It was as if this extremely ferocious beast had come from the ancient times. That unusual impact was real to the point it caused one's hairs to stand on end and one's heart to tremble with shock. However, Suyu's heart was like dead water at the moment. Is this an ancient real spirit? Suyu looked at its silver eyes, lost in thought. Where's the scroll? Creak! At that moment, sensing Suyu's approach, the left eye of the stone statue's silver eyes shattered and exploded into pieces. A mass of silver light shot out of the right eye, covering a region. Strange words that looked like tadpoles appeared before his eyes. The words were unfamiliar and did not seem like human words. Demon clan language? Suyu murmured. During his half-year of isolation, he had comprehended most of the words and information that Yunyazi had sent into his soul. The language of the Dragon Clan, the language of the Ghost Clan, the language of the Insect Clan, and the languages of the various clans that Yunyazi had studied for his entire life were all in Suyu's mind. Among them, Suyu had comprehended most of the demon language. He recognized at a glance that the tadpole-like words in front of him were the demon language. The heaven-devouring demonic eye, one of the 9 great ancient eyes, can swallow evil and can swallow the sun, moon, and stars. It is an ancient taboo eye. Suyu muttered in a strange tone, which did not sound like a human's. It was the voice of a demon, the heaven-devouring demonic eye. Phoenix Master Chio cannot understand the demon language, so she named it the evil-destroying silver eye because of its evil-destroying power? Suyu felt relieved. Phoenix Master Chio had also tried to enter the soul space after obtaining the silver eye, but she could not understand the demon language. She could only rely on her intuition to know that the eye contained heavenly might, which could help Suyu expel the remaining heavenly might in his eyes. She did not understand the demon language, but she was able to deduce the essential elements of cultivating this eye technique, the undead herb of the netherworld, the blood of a real dragon, and the lightning avoiding silver pearl. She must have put in a lot of effort, Suyu said calmly. After reading the words, Suyu understood. This technique was indeed used by the demon race, and there were 2 requirements to cultivate this eye. First, one had to have a real spirit body. Only a real spirit body could bear this heaven-devouring demonic eye. Second, one had to transplant a real heaven-devouring demonic eye. After reading this, everything became clear. This demon language had been created by other demons when they were trying to transplant the heaven-devouring demonic eye into their bodies. He had obtained a true heaven-devouring demonic eye and transplanted it into his body. The heaven-devouring demonic eye in the green jade box must have come from the hideous monster in front of him. It must have been obtained by some powerful monster and was about to be transplanted. However, for some reason, such an important item had been lost, and Phoenix Master Chio had obtained it. All of this had nothing to do with Suyu. After Suyu left the soul space, he understood Phoenix Master Chio's intentions. The true dragon's blood came from the true spirit and contained the true spirit's aura. The lightning avoiding silver pearl was born from the heavens and earth. It was indestructible and could be used as a medium to transplant the heaven-devouring demonic eyes. On the other hand, the undead herb of the netherworld acted as a buffer, allowing the unyielding true dragon blood to fuse with the equally masculine lightning-avoiding silver pearl. Only then would it be suitable for humans to bear the heaven-devouring demon eye. Understanding the principle, Suyu immediately did as he was told. After grinding the undying grass of darkness, he extracted its juice and placed it in a container. Then, he placed a drop of true dragon blood and the lightning-shielding silver pearl into the container. At the same time, objects of masculinity should have exploded upon collision, but due to the existence of the undead herb of the netherworld, they were able to coexist and gradually fuse. Time ticked by. 6 hours later, the juice of the undead herb of the netherworld, the true dragon blood, and the lightning-shielding silver pearl had all disappeared. Only a silver ball, which was as big as an eyeball, was left in the container. The true dragon blood and the juice of the undead herb of the netherworld had all fused with the lightning-shielding silver pearl, forming a new object. This object was the one that contained the mysterious heaven-devouring demon eye. With a calm heart, Suyu held the heaven-devouring demon eye and touched it with the silver ink round pearl. The silver ink round pearl opened by itself and contained the heaven-devouring demon eye. The two round pearls fused into one. In an instant, Suyu's palm sank, and the fused eyeball suddenly became 10 times heavier. At the same time, the eyeball emitted a shocking heavenly might, which seemed like it could wipe out all demons and monsters. Suyu's blind eyes suddenly shone with a weak light. The heavenly might that had remained in his eyes until now was somewhat eliminated. Only the last step is to fuse the eyeball into my body. Suyu pressed the silver ink round pearl between his brows. An intense pain came from between his brows, and Suyu's whole body twitched. However, his face was still calm, as if he had not felt anything. A crack was forcefully opened between Suyu's brows, and the silver ink round pearl was hidden within it. This action was akin to forcefully opening Suyu's body and stuffing a foreign object into it. One could imagine how painful it was. However, after his dantian was rebuilt, Suyu did not feel any pain at all. When the fusion was successful, the crack slowly closed, and only a vertical line of blood was left between his brows. It was extremely strange. At the same time, the heavenly might that remained in Suyu's eyes was instantly dispersed by the heavenly might of the demonic eye the moment the heaven-devouring demon eye fused with his brows. It seemed like the heavenly might in the demonic eye was the true heavenly might. The remnants of the heaven's power created by Gu Taishu were just fakes that could not withstand a single blow. He did not know that in his soul space, the drop of blood, which was the remnant blood of the evil god, was trapped in the space. It was startled, and its tone was filled with terror. Tao Tai's eye? How could such a terrifying guy appear? Even someone as strong as the evil god was shocked. After sensing for a moment, it regained some composure. Fortunately, it's really just an eye, and it's an eye with less than 1/10,000th of its power. That kid is really bold. He actually set his sights on the Tao Tai's eye. Even his master might not have such courage. In ancient times, the Kylan clan, who created the cultivation technique to transplant this eye, was completely devoured by the Tao Tai. They were completely wiped out. Even the Kylan clan, the mythical clan that dominated the ancient times, could not defeat the Tao Tai, let alone this kid. TSK, I really don't know if this kid can walk on the divine path as his master hoped. I'm afraid there's not much hope for the promise I made to his master. In the outside world, a sharp pain reverberated in Suyu's eyes. He slowly closed his eyes. When he reopened them, the eyes that had lost their luster regained their vigor and liveliness. The long-lost light shone into his eyes. Although he had the soul eyes, Suyu had never been troubled by blindness. However, there was still a gap between the world under the soul eyes and the real world. The familiar scenery, the familiar feeling, the familiar world. Everything was back. Su Yu's right eye blinked, and a wine-red light shot up into the sky. At the same time his left eye closed, and a dazzling purple light bloomed. The power of time, the power of space, the long-lost feeling. Have there been changes? Su Yu murmured softly. He was familiar with the two powers. Whether there were changes, he would know after a short test. As the red liquid filled the three dragons, the power of time and power of space were strengthened. First, the number of times he could use them was no longer once a day, but 12 times a day. The interval between each use would be 2 hours. Second, the power of time could last longer. The acceleration of time had increased from 3 breaths to 30 breaths. The time freeze had increased from 1 breath to 3 breaths. The space teleportation had increased from the initial 10 miles to 100 miles. Third, the mastery of the 3 powers had become more refined. This was just Su Yu's general feeling. The specifics had to be tested in actual combat. Su Yu's eyes were calm. He slowly stood up and looked up into the depths of the sky. He wanted to leave, but he understood that he was still lacking something. With a flip of his palm, a 5-colored jade seal appeared in his palm. The hazy brilliance could not conceal its destructive power. It was filled with thunderbolts, far more powerful than any disastrous thunder. Has the lightning spirit been refined successfully? The prototype fairy artifact's power can finally be used to its fullest, Su Yu said. Thanks to the dark Su Yu, the lightning spirit had fused with the 5 elemental strong thunder seal. Otherwise, with Su Yu's power, it would have been impossible for him to suppress the lightning spirit. The prototype fairy artifact had been completed, and his chances of success had increased by a notch. He had wanted to write a few more chapters to end the Jinlong chapter, but the more he wrote, the more difficult it became. He had to change and rewrite, but there was only 1 chapter left. Chapter 722. It's still not enough, Su Yu muttered. Venerable Fu Guei was one of the 10 great bright light guards, and he was an extremely powerful existence among the bright light guards. Ordinary divine masters couldn't be compared to it. The Eternal Stone King armor was more than enough to block an attack from a fairy realm expert, but it would be extremely difficult for an almighty expert like him. Su Yu needed an even stronger defense. With a thought, Su Yu's soul entered the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Arriving at the foot of the profound feather pomegranate tree, a caterpillar was lazily lying on a leaf, swaying leisurely. The chaos multicolored butterfly had devoured the Blood Emperor's blood essence, so it was bigger than before. According to Wu Aoyue, he was very close to spinning the cocoon. This time, when he entered, there were still no signs of him spinning a cocoon. He was as lazy as ever. The silk it spat out was said to be indestructible, and even all creation's old monsters would find it difficult to break it. If it was used as a defensive method, the effects would be obvious. Unfortunately, time waits for no man. It did not start spinning its cocoon. Turning around expressionlessly, Su Yu's soul left. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly discovered something and turned his gaze back to the leaf beneath the caterpillar. Vaguely, he sensed the existence of a foreign object, but when he looked at it with his naked eye, the leaf was empty. After pondering for a moment, Su Yu raised his hand and waved. The emerald green leaf peeled off and landed on Su Yu's palm. He stretched out his left index finger, picked up the caterpillar, and brought it close to his eyes to observe. The caterpillar, who was lazily enjoying the sunshine, twisted its round and fat body in dissatisfaction. Then it accepted its fate and was hung upside down in the air by Su Yu. After moving him away, Su Yu flipped the tender emerald green leaf in his palm. Observing the surface and back of the leaf carefully, there was nothing strange about it. However, the 9 jade spiritual pearl had been refined by Su Yu, so Su Yu was able to sense every minute change in the space, from the size of a mountain to the size of a gravel. For example, Shang Gu, who had been sealed in a corner of the valley by Su Yu and had endured the torture of the disastrous thunder, was now barely alive. There was no longer any arrogance in her, and Su could sense everything about her. Therefore, the strange feeling that came out of nowhere just now was not an illusion. But why can't I detect it? Su muttered to himself irresolutely. As he pondered this for a moment, a scarlet flame appeared on his palm and started burning the green leaves. In the raging fire, the green leaves were instantly reduced to ashes. Strangely, the crimson flames were extinguished. Su, who had been paying attention all this while, witnessed the entire process clearly. The crimson flames had been sucked away by something. There is indeed something strange on the green leaf. Moreover, when the green leaf was burnt, the strange object attached itself to Su hand. This is the only way. Su bit the tip of his tongue and spouted a mouthful of blood mist. A bloody mist stained his palm, revealing an extremely thin line of blood. As expected, Su looked at the lines of blood and revolved his pupils to the extreme. Only then was he able to discern the nature of the lines of blood. It was a colorless and shapeless thread that was thin to the extreme and practically didn't have a material body, to the extent that it was difficult to discern with the naked eye. If the blood mist had not sprayed on it and revealed it, Su would not have known that there was such an item in his palm. He attempted to strike a strand of jinchi at the silk, but the thin silk didn't budge at all. Su had reconstructed his dantian, and all 6 of his vital energy crystals had been perfected to the extreme, while his vital energy was extremely pure. Just now, when a wisp of true energy shot out, it could easily set off tens of thousands of waves. However, this thin thread did not change at all. It could be seen that this object had a directionless immunity to attacks. Just now, when it was burned by the flames, it automatically absorbed the flames because of its immunity to attacks. What this thin thread was self-evident. It was the silk of the chaos multicolored butterfly. It was rumored that the silk produced by the real chaos multicolored butterfly couldn't even be shaken by the power of all creations. Although the silk in front of him was a mutated one, and it might not be as good as the real chaos multicolored butterfly, it still had the defensive power of the silk. After collecting the silk, Su's eyes flickered as he glanced at a corner of the valley. There, a petite girl was suppressed by the disastrous thunder. Her face was pale, and she looked listless. Her vitality was weak. Her former arrogance had turned into dust under the endless torture of the disastrous thunder. Even part of her self-awareness had been exploited. Snap! Su snapped his fingers, and the disastrous thunder dissipated. Shenggu was freed from it, and she fell to the ground, paralyzed. "Are you still convinced?" Su asked indifferently. Xingji's whole body trembled. Su's voice sounded like a ferocious demon to her, even though she was the real ghost. She raised her head with difficulty, and her eyes were filled with fear. She didn't have any emotions, not even a little bit of resentment. "No, I wouldn't dare. Master, please spare my life." Xinggu was terrified from the bottom of her heart. Su looked at her indifferently. "Pray that I can return safely. Otherwise, if I die, the 9 jade spiritual pearl will be lost in the world, and you'll be trapped here forever." Without waiting for Shenggu to understand, Su's soul returned to his body. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a proud figure standing silently beside him. She was beautiful, but she was exceptionally cold, giving people a feeling of coldness. "Young master, are we going to start?" "Please take Yue with you." Wu Aoyue followed, Su closely looking at his back. From being misunderstood and captured, to secretly resenting him, to gradually being relieved, to being grateful, and finally to being convinced. Now, she was going to devote herself to him and become his woman. She wanted to accompany him until the end of his life. Su turned around and looked at Wu Aoyue. His indifferent eyes were filled with a rare gentleness. However, he shook his head and refused. "If you stay here, regardless of whether I live or die, you will still have a chance to survive. If you follow me, it will be too risky." Su took a step forward, lightning surging around his body. He crossed 10 miles in a single step, not giving Wu Aoyue any time to chase after him. He had already let Xian'er down, so he couldn't let Wu Aoyue down as well. Alliance Master, Su has shown himself. Alliance Master Su, how are your injuries? Many pairs of concerned eyes were burning with respect and doubt. What should they do? Even a level 9 fairy had almost killed Suyu and crippled his cultivation, let alone a terrifying almighty divine master. With him watching them from the outside, they could only cower in the dragon abyss. Suyu didn't reply. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the sky outside the dragon abyss. The sky was blue, like a mirror that had been washed. In Suyu's eyes, there was only Xian'er's satisfied smile before she died. She had been in love with Suyu and was reluctant to part with him. She had handed him over to Xia Jingyu without any regrets. She had used her death to end their entanglement. Ripples appeared in his heart that was like stagnant water. Suyu stroked his chest. He felt a sharp pain there, which had never stopped since Xian'er's death. I have unfinished business, unfinished battles, and unfinished feelings. I must leave. Suyu withdrew his gaze and slowly swept his gaze over the people in the dragon abyss. Jiu Yuanzhou, the Phoenix Cabinet's master, Fairy Feng. Phoenix Master Qiu, Gang Dalei, House Master Z, take care of yourselves. I, Suyu, will leave now. He cupped his fists at them and bowed to them as if he was bidding them farewell. The eyes of Jiu Yuanzhou, the Phoenix Cabinet's master, Fairy Feng, Zi Yunxiang, and Wu Aoyue, who had caught up to them, were all filled with excitement. How could they not know that Suyu was courting death? However, at this moment, no one stopped him. Suyu, regardless of whether you are alive or dead, you will still live in the hearts of Jinlong's people. Take care of yourself. Old Qin bowed to Suyu as tears rolled down his aged eyes. Hearing this, the people of the true dragon tribe yelled in unison, Alliance Leader Su, take care! Take care! Their sonorous voices echoed throughout the dragon abyss, stirring up the tranquil clouds. It was solemn, solemn and stirring. It was like a lonely bugle horn that had been left behind on a desolate battlefield. Old Qin wiped his tears, lifted the corner of his robe, and knelt down on one knee. He solemnly kowtowed to Suyu and said, Farewell, Alliance Leader! Luo Xiong was grief-stricken, and his eyes were bloodshot. He held his weapon with his left hand, knelt down on his right knee, and used his whole body's strength to shout, Farewell, Alliance Leader! Swoosh! Swoosh! The people of the Heavenly Law Alliance also knelt down on one knee. Their imposing manner was so great that it seemed like they wanted to break through the heavens. The Heavenly Law Alliance sends off the Alliance Leader. Their silent, solemn, and desolate shouts shook everyone's hearts, causing their blood to boil. Swoosh! Swoosh! The people of the true dragon tribe, who weren't members of the Heavenly Law Alliance, all knelt down on one knee at this moment. They were solemn and respectful as they shouted, Jinlong's people send off the Alliance Leader! Their shouts were deafening and shocking. The people of the true dragon tribe were all tearing up as they looked at their king. He was a lonely king who had saved them from the flames of despair. Suyu's eyes swept the surroundings, and as countless gazes were focused on him, he nodded and flew away. As he flew past the dragon abyss's mouth, Suyu touched the golden leaves with his fingers, while his divine eyes emitted a monstrous, killing intent. Open the seal. Sizzle. It seemed like the golden leaves had received a king's order, and they all separated. What accompanied them was a monstrous, killing intent. Swoosh! A person flew into the sky, and in an instant a white-haired person stood calmly at a height of 10,000 feet above the dragon abyss. His white hair shone with a deathly white luster as it shone under the sunlight. His eyes were slightly bloodshot, and they were filled with killing intent. They seemed like the eyes of a demon. There was a vertical line of blood between his eyebrows, and it seemed like a demonic mark. His white hair, red eyes, and blood mark made him seem like a demonic god. Suyu's eyes were as cold as ice, and as he stood in his place, he calmly said, "Come out and accept your death." As if it was a command, the sea's waves started surging, even though there wasn't any wind, and they struck the reefs, creating snow-white waves. It seemed like there wasn't anyone else in the desolate sea, except for Suyu. "Do you need me to invite you? 3 divine masters?" Suyu spoke once again, his tone calm. 3 divine masters? The pupils of the people in the dragon abyss contracted, and despair welled up in their hearts. Even a single divine master, Alliance Master Su, would surely die, let alone 3 of them. Pop! The sound of crashing waves echoed from the sea beneath his feet. 3 people had teleported over from the sea, and they formed a triangle formation that surrounded Suyu from 3 sides. They were 2 middle-aged men and a middle-aged woman. They had calm temperaments, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. They were all wearing yellow armor, and they all had jade crowns on their heads. The man's jade crown had a blazing sun on it. The woman's jade crown had a bright moon on it. The sun and moon on her head symbolized light, which was the symbol of the bright light guards. Apart from Venerable Fugue, there were still 3 divine masters who were bright light guards. They had mobilized such a large force to kill Suyu. Chapter 7:23. Suyu, we don't have any grudges against you. In fact, I even admire your temperament and talent. The first one to speak was the divine master. She was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and a pair of almond-shaped eyes. Her words seemed like a compliment, but she was actually looking down on Suyu. But it's a pity that you stood against us, which is why you ended your life. After you reincarnate, remember to be a smart person who can adapt to the circumstances, the divine master said calmly. Suyu stared at her calmly for a while before he shifted his gaze and looked at the other 2 male divine masters. Do you also have anything to say? The middle-aged man on the left had a full beard, a tall and sturdy body, and a pair of bell-like eyes. When he heard Suyu's words, he laughed heartily and said, "I didn't think that you were anything special, but I didn't expect that you would still be so unyielding in the face of death. However, what I hate the most is pretending to be calm. Could it be that you think that such a method can make us have a good impression of you and then let you go?" The bearded man coldly smiled. Although he looked rough, his heart was exceptionally shrewd. The middle-aged man on the right was as thin as a stick, and he seemed quite dispirited. He looked at Suyu calmly and shook his head. "Ranguang, don't look down on this lad. According to what we know, he is extremely cunning. He is trying to win our favor and think that we will let him go. It's impossible for him to have such a stupid idea. I guess he just wants to ease the atmosphere so that we can recruit him." It was obviously impossible for them to let Suyu go. However, it was impossible for them to recruit him. The divine master curled her lips and said mockingly, "Maybe Shan Xiong is right. Does this lad want us to recruit him? I have to say, when a person is in a desperate situation, any idea will come into his mind. This lad's talent and temperament are quite good, and if he is nurtured in the future, he might even be able to join the Bright Light Guard. But it's a pity that you killed someone you shouldn't have killed, so no one can save you. You should just give up on this idea and fight like a cornered beast before you die. That way, you can die with dignity." The 3 of them spoke calmly, as if they had seen through Suyu's mind. Suyu listened to them calmly without interrupting them. "Are you done?" Suyu's expression was indifferent, and it was impossible to discern any emotion from him. The bearded man, Ranguang, chuckled and said, "Captain Wu Yen, there's no need to waste time with him. I'm afraid he has already given up all hope and is ready to fight us like a cornered beast. Let's hurry up and attack." The female master called Wu Yen had a similar cultivation level as them, and they were both existences who had just broken through to the divine master realm. However, her aura was slightly stronger, and she was the leader of the trio. "Let's wait and see. Venerable Fugue has ordered us to surround Suyu, but not kill him. So, we must inform him to come here first." Wu Yen shook her head. Ran Guang and Shan Xiong frowned. Venerable Fu Gui didn't hesitate to use the Emperor Tower to summon them from countless spaces, and it was all for the sake of joining hands to kill this lad. What confused them the most was that Venerable Fu Gui had specifically instructed them not to act arbitrarily, and that they should inform him once he came out of secluded cultivation. After learning about Su Yu's cultivation and various techniques, they did not dare to underestimate him. However, they also felt that they were making a big fuss over a minor issue. The two of them looked at each other and didn't refute. The Radiance Guard had a strict hierarchy. Any one of the 10 Great Radiance Guards had the power to suppress others. Hence, they didn't dare to disobey Venerable Fu Gui's orders. Form a formation and surround him. I have already informed Venerable Fu Gui in secret, and he'll quickly rush over here, Wu Yan said. The three of them moved back a little and surrounded Su Yu. It seemed like they didn't have any techniques to besiege him, but their energies were still locked onto Su Yu. So, if Su Yu made even the slightest movement, they would be able to take action immediately. The whole place became quiet once again, and only a strange scene remained. 3 divine masters were surrounding a half-fairy. After a moment of silence, Su Yu sucked in a breath and spoke slowly. So, it seems like you have already finished saying what you wanted to say. Ran Guang's beard trembled as he glared at him and said, Shut up and wait for Venerable Fu Gui's punishment. No matter what you say, you won't be able to deceive us. Wu Yan frowned and sighed. Since you're going to die, you should at least die with dignity. Why do you have to lose your moral integrity and try to convince us to spare your life? It will only make us see your true colors. Shan Xiong looked at Su Yu calmly, while disdain flickered in his eyes. Su Yu shook his head, while his gaze became ice-cold. You have misunderstood me. I didn't ask you to spare my life, but to let you finish saying your last words. Since you have already finished, then we can fight. Su Yu's white hair fluttered in the wind. A faint blood-red light shone from his blood seal, while his eyes, which were filled with blood veins, looked at them coldly. Wu Yan's heart thumped in an instant, and she felt like she was facing an evil demon. Lad, you are just trying to play tricks on us. If Venerable Fu Gui didn't order us to only surround you, you would have already been erased from this world. Ran Guang sneered coldly. However, Su Yu's ice-cold reply was, You have misunderstood me once again. The one who will decide whether to fight or not is me, not you. When his words echoed, a yellow and blue pearl fell from Su Yu's sleeves, and he threw it at the full-bearded man. Your mouth is really annoying, so I will start with you. Let's start with a battle to slaughter gods, Su Yu said calmly. Ran Guang was so infuriated that he laughed. A half-fairy was shouting at a group of divine masters that he wanted to slaughter gods. Such words could only be uttered by ignorant children, yet they were now in front of him. Fine, since it was you who attacked first. Then I will just act as a defense. If I accidentally kill you, it won't be considered a violation of orders. Ran Guang sneered coldly. Su Yu's actions were exactly what he wanted. Ran Guang didn't retreat when he saw the ordinary-looking pearl flying at him. However, he still managed to hold back and activate his defense. Unmovable bright king seal. As Ran Guang shouted in a low voice, a Buddha statue appeared behind him. It was a 30-meter-tall golden Buddha statue, which was extremely lifelike and lifelike. The golden Buddha put his palms together and emitted a golden radiance that formed a halo, which engulfed Ran Guang's body. A middle-grade, legendary cultivation technique, the unmovable bright king seal's first level. Ran Guang has cultivated this cultivation technique to such a high level. Shan Xiong's pupils contracted slightly. He was slightly afraid of Ran Guang. As the leader of the group, the divine Master Wu Yan was also surprised. Her eyes turned cold as she said, Humph, this guy is purposely using it in front of me. Is he dissatisfied with me? who wouldn't treat their trump card as a secret. But to deal with an insignificant brat, they had to use their trump card. Their intention was clearly to show off and provoke Wu Yan. However, in Su Yu's eyes, Ran Guang's actions were the most worthy of praise. Even a lion would use its full power to capture a rabbit. Moreover, the records about Su Yu had indeed caused the Divine Master to be wary of him. "You should be able to live longer than your companions," Su Yu commented casually. "It's a pity that you still underestimated your enemy." Ran Guang laughed out loud and said, "With just a small bead." Although he looked down on them, he didn't hold back at all. This punch contained 70% of the almighty Divine Master's strength. The immense true qi drew the surrounding air currents and tore apart a large area of space. Such an attack was comparable to half the power of Gu Taishu's dragon-slaying celestial sword. Not to mention a bead, even a high-grade spirit artifact would be able to withstand it. Unfortunately, this bead was indeed not a high-grade spiritual weapon, because it was of a higher grade than a high-grade spiritual weapon. Bang! Ah! An extremely shrill scream reverberated across the silent sea without any warning. Ran Guang's spirit reaches to the rainbow struck the flying bead, intending to send it flying. However, the moment he came into contact with it, a terrifying recoil came from within the bead, which sent him flying. Moreover, the bead's momentum didn't weaken at all, and it easily crushed Ran Guang's arms before crashing into his chest. The golden phantom image behind him flickered several times before it couldn't bear the pressure and shattered with a loud rumble. The legendary cultivation technique's stage 1 top-class defense was even weaker than a piece of paper in front of the bead. The bead's momentum didn't weaken at all, and it seemed like it was about to crush Ran Guang. Ran Guang was horrified, but he still reacted quickly. He shouted, "Extreme Shadow Wind Travel Step." His body became fuzzy, and a series of afterimages appeared in the air as he retreated quickly. The bead crushed the afterimages one after another, but it still couldn't catch up with the real body. After losing its momentum, the bead fell. Su Yu raised his hand, and the bead flew back into his palm, as if it was summoned by him. After all, the bead couldn't fall casually. As the dragon abyss below, it would be instantly crushed into ashes by its gravity. Ran Guang, who had narrowly escaped, was drenched in cold sweat. His face was pale, and his tiger-like eyes were filled with lingering fear. If he had hesitated for even a moment, he would have been crushed to death by that terrifying bead. "Lad, what is that thing?" Ran Guang wasn't the only one who was startled, as Wu Yan and Shan Xiong were also startled. They knew that Su Yu had some techniques that could resist a divine master, but they had never imagined that it would be so terrifying. That bead, which could crush everything, made them shudder. Their disdain for Su Yu was gone. At this moment, they finally understood why Venerable Fu Gui had instructed them to surround him, but not kill him. Their indifferent expressions suddenly turned serious. Shan Xiong quickly regrouped with Ran Guang. Wu Yan, who had a clear understanding of the situation, said Ran Guang's arms had been destroyed, and he needed someone to protect him so that he could recover. As the two of them willed it, they instantly crossed 100 meters and arrived in front of Ran Guang, protecting him. "Ran Guang, quickly swallow the Lanling heavenly fragrance pill and recover your arms," Wu Yan shouted in a deep voice. Ran Guang's face became hideous due to the pain he was in, and he clenched his teeth, spouted a mouthful of vital energy, and engulfed his index finger. A dim yellow light flickered on the ring on his index finger, and a white jade bottle floated out of it. There was a white pill in the jade bottle, which emitted an astonishing fragrance. It smelled like a virgin, yet also like 100 flowers. Ran Guang used his vital energy to open the jade bottle, took the pill, and stuffed it into his mouth. A moonlight flickered on his destroyed arms. When the moonlight dissipated, his arms, which had disappeared, unexpectedly reappeared once again. He had managed to regenerate his flesh and blood in just a few breaths' time. What kind of divine pail was this? After his pain subsided, Ranguang let out a long breath. When he raised his head once again, a ferocious glint appeared in his eyes, and he glared at Suyu like a ferocious tiger. You are the first person to injure me to such an extent. Chapter 724. His words caused Wu Yan's heart to thump once again. She suddenly realized that Suyu had been quietly observing Ranguang's injuries while he was healing them. Could it be that he wasn't afraid of the three of them joining hands and didn't dare to attack them? Could it be that he was waiting for Ranguang to recover before killing him? Even she didn't believe such a ridiculous idea. Ranguang's injuries were due to the pearl's power, but it was also due to his carelessness. If he had been wary of the pearl and avoided colliding with it, how could it have struck Ranguang? Ranguang laughed angrily, but his pupils contracted slightly. Ignorant lad. Do you think I'm afraid of you? However, before he could finish his words, Suyu calmly said, whether you're afraid or not won't change anything. As his words echoed out, the weather suddenly changed. The whole sky suddenly darkened. Many black clouds had already gathered in the sky. A mighty heavenly might slowly reverberated within the dark clouds. The world's might? As divine masters, they had gone through many tribulations, so they understood the existence of the world's might. After all, Gu Taishu's pure divine decree had replaced the heavenly might, so it was impossible that they didn't know about it. While they were still in shock, a crack appeared in the black clouds, and a giant illusory eye was revealed. The eye seemed like the sun and moon, and it was overlooking the world. The eye was apathetic, and it seemed like heaven was overlooking the world. Heaven's eye? The three of them were shocked, as if they had been electrocuted. That eye seemed like the heaven's eye. It seemed like heaven had descended and was surveying the world with its eyes. The eye was filled with a terrifying heavenly might, which made even the divine masters shiver in fear. A crazy warning came from their hearts at the same time, if they acted rashly, that I could easily destroy them. It wasn't just this place, as the whole Jinlong continent saw the heaven's eye. In the Dragon Abyss continent, it was the same. Venerable Fugue, who was rushing over, had a gloomy expression. Pure divine decree? Wasn't it sealed by Gu Taishu? Why did it appear again? Oh no, Wu Yan and the others are in danger. His expression changed drastically. In the central continent, there was a gigantic mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. At the peak of the cliff, a stalwart man stood quietly. His eyes were as cold as lightning. At this moment, he raised his head and looked at the heavenly eye above the 9 heavens. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. We meet again. Pure divine decree. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and he only left behind a gust of cold wind as he vanished into the clouds. Above the Dragon Abyss. Destroy. As Suyu gave the order, his ancient voice reverberated throughout the world. It was as if the heavens were speaking, and it was extremely majestic. As for the heavenly eye, it blinked slightly before opening once again. However, this seemingly casual blink of an eye caused the entire world to fall silent. Ranguang, who was protected by Wu Yan and Shan Xiong, didn't move at all. Sensing that something was amiss, the two of them turned around to take a look. Their bodies stiffened, and at the same time, their eyes were filled with fear. Ranguang's eyes were dull and lifeless. His body was like a piece of charcoal that had been burnt to a crisp. Pa! With a light sound, his body shattered into pieces that fell into the Dragon Abyss. Just like that, an unparalleled god lord was killed by a single glance. From the moment Suyu attacked to the moment he was killed, only 10 breaths had passed. Moreover, Suyu didn't even use the heavenly eye right from the start. Wu Yan and Shan Xiong didn't dare to move. They could feel the eyes above the 9 heavens staring at them. They felt like they were surrounded by death. If they made even the slightest movement, Ranguang would end up like them. Gulp! Shan Xiong swallowed hard, while beads of sweat appeared on Wu Yan's forehead. The 2 divine masters didn't even have the power to resist. They recalled how they had looked down on Suyu in the beginning, but now they didn't even have the will to resist. How shocking was this contrast! Suyu wasn't trying to please them by asking them to speak. Suyu didn't need them at all. Wu Yan's heart trembled, and she bit her red lips tightly. Her eyes were filled with struggle. She wanted to beg for mercy. Yes, she wanted to beg for mercy. When Suyu was in a desperate situation, she had righteously scolded him, telling him that even if he died, he should die with dignity. Now that things had come to a head, she wanted to beg for mercy. Thud! Footsteps could be heard coming from behind them. Wu Yan's heart was thumping madly. Her heart was in her throat, but she didn't dare to move. Suyu's apathetic voice could be heard from behind them. Do you want to live or die? It was a simple and straightforward question. If it had been before, they would have thought that it was just a child's quarrel. A half-fairy asking a divine master whether they wanted to live or die was just a fantasy. But now it was right in front of them. Yes, just like we said, we don't have any enmity between us. Young hero, please spare us. Shan Xiong's face was pale. When Suyu's gaze left him, Shan Xiong felt the pressure on him lessen. Suyu had let him go. Shan Xiong's whole body was weak, and his heart was aching slightly. It was all because it was beating too hard. What about you? Suyu's gaze fell on Wu Yan. Wu Yan bit her red lips tightly. She wanted to reject him, but when the words came to her mouth, they became consent. Yes, Wu Yan said. Suyu was expressionless, as if subduing two almighty divine masters wasn't something to be happy about. Okay, you just have to obey my orders, and if you dare to resist, then you will die immediately, Suyu instructed them calmly. The two of them felt like they had just walked past the gates of hell, and their whole bodies were drenched in sweat as they nodded hurriedly. They were almighty divine masters, but in front of death, they weren't any different from ordinary people. You just have to do this later, Suyu said. When they heard him, their pupils contracted and their expressions became unsightly. They seemed to be struggling. However, when they raised their heads and looked at the heavenly eye, which was hidden in the clouds, they nodded bitterly. A single thought from Su, you could kill them all in an instant. Swoosh! After half a cup of tea's time had passed, a yellow-skinned person flew over from the horizon. His eyes were sunken, and there were two flickering ghost flames on them. It was Venerable Fu Gui. He was one of the 10 great bright light guards. There were countless bright light guards in the central prefecture, but there were only 10 of them. All of them were peerless experts, chosen from the bright light guards, and their talents, experiences, and talents were all top-notch. Moreover, since Venerable Fu Gui had been chosen to carry out the mission of looking for Shinichen, it was obvious that he was extraordinary. Sir, Wu Yan and Shan Xiong, whose mouths were filled with blood, flew around Suyu and returned to Venerable Fu Gui's side. When Venerable Fu Gui saw them, his expression became gloomy. I told you to surround him, but not kill him. Who allowed you to attack him without permission? An embarrassed look appeared on Wu Yan's face, and she said bitterly, We really followed your orders, but this lad provoked Ranguang first, and he was infuriated into attacking him. That's why we started fighting. Ranguang? Venerable Fu Gui was slightly confused. Since he was the one who had summoned those 3 people, he should be aware of their character. Although Ranguang seemed impulsive, he was actually an extremely cautious person. So why would he attack them rashly? However, when he thought about it, he realized that they didn't take him seriously when he had ordered them to surround him, but didn't kill him. In the end, Ranguang had still underestimated his enemies. After he surveyed the surroundings, he looked at the heavenly eye, which was in the sky, and his expression became gloomy. Does this mean that Ranguang has already died? Wu Yan blamed herself. Sir, I didn't manage to protect him. Venerable Fu Gui averted his gaze from her and shook his head. It's not your fault. as this lad's pure divine decree can carry out punishment on behalf of the heavens. Even if I was there, I wouldn't have been able to save him." His words caused Wu Yan and Shan Xiong's expressions to change slightly, and they exchanged a glance. Since even Venerable Fu Gui couldn't save him, they could only obey Su Yu's orders. He raised his eyes and looked at Su Yu coldly. "Fine. You are surprising me more and more. Even though your Dantian was destroyed, you didn't lose your cultivation. Instead, you became even more powerful than before. I can't even discern whether you are now a half-fairy or a fairy." He had assumed that Su Yu's cultivation had been crippled, so even if he showed himself, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Unexpectedly, his Dantian's destruction had given him a stroke of luck. After he showed himself, he even killed a divine master. Su Yu's gaze was still calm. "Before you get another chance, tell me where Xia Jingyu took Xianer's corpse." Killing intent appeared in Su Yu's eyes when he mentioned Xia Jingyu. Qin Xianer hadn't been killed by Xia Jingyu, but her betrayal had caused many uncertainties. Other people only knew that Xia Jingyu was controlled by Hongwan, but Su Yu, who possessed the soul eyes, was aware that Hongwan didn't control Xia Jingyu's soul. It was all Xia Jingyu's doing. "I already extracted her bloodline's power, and what's left of her is just a skeleton. If you can revive her skeleton, I will be merciful and return it to you." Venerable Fu Gui revealed a sinister smile. Su Yu's gaze was calm and tranquil. "I have already answered you. Now, I will send you on your way," Su Yu said calmly. His voice reverberated like a heavenly might. The black clouds in the sky were pushed aside, and the heavenly eye appeared. It looked at Venerable Fu Gui and opened its eyes. A miserable shriek echoed out, as if something had been killed. However, Venerable Fu Gui was still standing in his former place, and a large amount of black powder was fluttering down from his sleeves. "Hee, this divine decree is really powerful, and it might be useful against other divine masters, but I can restrain it." Venerable Fu Gui sneered coldly as he waved his sleeves, and 10 ferocious ghost heads flew out of them. The ghost heads all had hideous faces and sharp fangs, which emitted an ominous glint. Every single one of them was at the level 9 fairy realm. When Venerable Fu Gui was about to die, he had used a ghost head to take the Heavenly Eye's attack in his place. "Eat him!" Venerable Fu Gui commanded the ghost heads from afar, while he moved back slightly to keep a distance from Su Yu. He wanted to guard against Su Yu's strange attack. Su Yu's gaze was calm, as if the Heavenly Eye's failure wasn't strange at all. "Is that so?" As Su Yu chuckled, a scene occurred that caused Venerable Fu Gui's expression to change drastically. Wu Yan and Shan Xiong, who were behind Venerable Fu Gui, suddenly used their strongest attacks and attacked Venerable Fu Gui's back. "Thorns drink blood." Wu Yan thrust her palm at Venerable Fu Gui. Her palm strike was mysterious and contained a mysterious power that only a divine master could control. At the same time, Shan Xiong thrust his palm at Venerable Fu Gui's back. Sky burning sun extinguishing palm. Shan Xiong's palm strike contained a powerful vital energy, and it struck Venerable Fu Gui's back with an earth-shattering might. As for Wu Yan's palm strike, it sent a mysterious power into Venerable Fu Gui's body. Venerable Fu Gui had suddenly suffered a sneak attack from one of his own people, and it had happened without any warning. Even though Venerable Fu Gui was very cautious, he still didn't guard against such an attack. Chapter 7:25. Puff! Venerable Fu Gui's body fell on the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Venerable Fu Gui tumbled several times, and he ended up in a sorry state. Shan Xiong's withered yellow Taoist robe was smashed to pieces by his palm strike. His crown fell to the ground, and his hair was disheveled. His pair of eyes, which were filled with flickering ghostly flames, appeared even more sinister than before. "You are really daring!" Venerable Fu Gui's voice was gloomy and filled with anger. That was not the anger of being injured, but the anger of betrayal. Venerable Fugue shook his clothes and stood up straight. It was obvious that his body hadn't suffered any harm from Shan Xiong's full-power palm strike. Shan Xiong, your palm technique was taught to you by me, yet you still dare to attack me with such little tricks. Venerable Fugue said coldly as he wiped off the blood at the corners of his mouth. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Amidst the blood, a thistle vaguely appeared. Brambles drink blood. Venerable Fugue's expression became gloomy, and killing intent flickered in his eyes. Wu Yan, it has only been a month since you advanced to the Divine Master Realm, yet you have already grasped the Divine Seal? Not bad, not bad, cough, cough. As he spoke, he coughed out another stream of blood that was stained with thorns. A god mark was a mark formed when one broke into the God Lord realm. The marks contained different abilities, and their power varied from person to person. The reason why a divine master was stronger than a fairy was not only because of his majestic vital energy, but also because of his divine seal. Most divine masters would only be able to form the divine seal after a long time after their breakthrough. Shan Xiong had broken through for a year and still hadn't been able to comprehend it, but Wu Yan had managed to form the divine seal in a month. Her battle prowess was much higher than Shan Xiong's because she had mastered the divine seal. As a matter of fact, all of Venerable Fu Gui's injuries had been caused by Wu Yan, and even though Shan Xiong's palm attack seemed powerful, it still hadn't caused much harm to Venerable Fu Gui. Wu Yan's pupils contracted, and she was frightened. She wanted to explain herself, but when she saw Su Yu and the heavenly eye hanging above her head, she clenched her teeth and said, "I'm sorry, Lord. We were forced to do this. Please don't blame us." Venerable Fu Gui laughed sinisterly, who said that I would blame you? You gave me a reason to refine ghost heads. What's there to blame? Hearing this, the two's faces turned pale. The ghost head was the ghost head released by Venerable Fu Gui. Those ghost heads did not appear out of thin air. Instead, they were the heads of powerful enemies that had been beheaded and refined. In the Central Prefecture, this was a forbidden technique, and he did not dare to openly kill almighty divine masters. However, in the 9 states, especially when they had betrayed him of their own accord, thinking of this, the two of them were terrified. When they sensed Venerable Fu Gui's suppressed anger, the two of them didn't even give this matter a second thought, and they split up and fled. Venerable Fu Gui just sneered and waved his sleeves, while 2 more ghost heads flew out. These 2 ghost heads were twice as big as the other ghost heads, and their aura surpassed the fairy realm, reaching the level of a divine master. Flying ghost head? The 2 screamed in horror as if they had seen a ghost. All the bones of divine masters were known as flying ghost heads. Not only were they stronger, but they were also more ferocious. With their cultivation, it was impossible for them to block the flying ghost head. Shan Xiong didn't get far before the flying ghost head caught up to him and bit his shoulder. As the ghost screamed excitedly, the flying ghost head tore off half of Shan Xiong's chest. Shan Xiong let out several miserable screams as he lost all power to escape and was torn to shreds by the flying ghost head. His death was extremely cruel. Such a scene made Wu Yan's scalp turn numb, and she clenched her teeth, while her speed increased by 3 times. Venerable Fu Gui was slightly surprised. The second level of a legendary body cultivation technique? You still have a trick up your sleeve, but it's a pity that I want your head. Do you think that you can block me? The flying ghost head whistled as it quickly caught up to Wu Yan and bit her. Wu Yan was startled, and she screamed, "Su Yu, quickly save me!" No one can save you, as he can't even protect himself. Venerable Fu Gui snorted coldly. However, when his voice just echoed, a lightning bolt flickered behind Wu Yan. The flying ghost head that was chasing Wu Yan let out a miserable scream, but its voice stopped abruptly, while its body disappeared without a trace. Only black smoke was left behind. Sizzle. At the same time, a ferocious little beast, whose whole body was covered in lightning, was standing not far from it. As it breathed, it spouted lightning stars from its nostrils. When that lightning star fell into the sea, it turned into a sea of flames, which evaporated all of the seawater in 1,000 miles. If even a lightning star could do such a thing, then what about the lightning beast itself? Venerable Fu Gui's smile stiffened, and his pupils contracted, while fear appeared on his face. Lightning spirit. Lightning spirits were spiritual beings born from lightning, and they possessed a terrifying might. It was rumored that the tribulation lightning that cultivators faced when they made a breakthrough was controlled by lightning spirits. Moreover, lightning spirits were the bane of all evil beings in the world. Venerable Fu Gui raised his hand and beckoned the other flying ghost head to come back to him. However, when the flying ghost head moved, the lightning beast looked at it ferociously, and as a sizzling sound echoed out, it crossed a large space. The flying ghost head didn't even get a chance to let out a miserable scream before it was caught in the lightning beast's mouth. As the lightning beast bit it, the flying ghost head was crushed into pieces. Lightning spirits detested evil beings, and even without Suyu's command, they would still attack it. A pained look appeared on Venerable Fu Gui's face. After all, it wasn't easy to make a flying ghost head, and he had only managed to make 2 of them in his whole life. Lad, I want you to die miserably. Venerable Fu Gui flew into a rage as he looked at Suyu, who was holding the 5-colored jade seal. At this moment, there wasn't even a single ghost head left in Suyu's surroundings. They had all been turned into ashes by the lightning beast. Suyu wore an apathetic look as he said, "You should worry about yourself first." After he spoke, he imbued his vital energy into the jade seal, which shone brightly. The ferocious lightning beast struggled for a while, then glared at Suyu and bared its teeth. It was unexpectedly trying to resist him. However, it was fortunate that the 5-elemental strong thunder seal was just an embryonic fairy artifact, and it wasn't easy to resist it. As the lightning beast roared, it wasn't willing to submit, and it looked at Venerable Fu Gui before it pounced at him. Venerable Fu Gui's eyelids twitched. How could he dare to face such a terrifying creature head-on? Venerable Fu Gui's shoulder slipped, and he quickly dodged it. However, it was still too late, and his sleeve was bitten by the lightning beast. As the lightning flames spread, it instantly set his yellow robe ablaze. The evil ghosts in his sleeve were instantly killed by the lightning flame, and miserable shrieks echoed everywhere. "Ah, you are a beast." Venerable Fu Gui was startled, and he angrily roared as he tore his sleeve and escaped. After he inspected his sleeve, he discovered that only ashes were left, while the ghost heads and other objects inside it had all been turned into ashes. Half of his life's work had been destroyed. "Evil creature, I will kill you," Venerable Fu Gui angrily shouted, while the green ghost flames in his eyes flickered and flew out of his eye sockets, then attacked the lightning beast. The ferocious lightning beast was startled, and a trace of fear appeared in its eyes. However, even though it was ferocious, it still pounced at it. The 2 ghost flames contain dense, eerie ghost energy, and they were unexpectedly able to resist the lightning beast for a short while. Venerable Fu Gui took advantage of such an opportunity to look at Suyu angrily. He clenched his teeth, and his eyes, which had lost their ghost flames, became pitch black, which made him seem quite terrifying. "I will kill you." Swoosh! Venerable Fu Gui's movement technique was extremely quick, and since Suyu didn't have any assistance, he didn't even have the power to retaliate. Sure enough, even when Venerable Fu Gui was only 3 meters away from Suyu, he still didn't detect him. "Evil creature, die." Venerable Fu Gui thrust his palm toward Suyu's chest, as if he wanted to dig out his heart. However, Suyu suddenly spoke in an apathetic tone. "Is that so? I have been waiting for this moment for a long time." As he spoke, a dazzling purple light shot out of his left eye. A purple dragon coiled around Venerable Fu-Gui, which couldn't be seen by the naked eye. "Time freeze!" As the purple dragon coiled around him, Venerable Fu-Gui was still able to think, but his body was frozen, and he couldn't budge an inch. Venerable Fu-Gui was greatly startled, as he had an innate talent for time. Since ancient times, who was able to control time. Time was the universe's indestructible law, and it was the only thing that had kept the universe going. It was indestructible, and who could touch it? Even someone with an innate talent for time wouldn't be able to freeze time like this. This lad unexpectedly possessed such a terrifying magical ability. As Venerable Fu-Gui looked at him in fright, Suyu strode forward, took a fine thread from his sleeves, which couldn't be seen by the naked eye, and quickly coiled it around Venerable Fu-Gui's neck. Although Venerable Fu-Gui's time had been frozen, he was still gliding forward at a high speed. Gurgle! The sound of blood splattering reverberated in Venerable Fu-Gui's mind, and this was the last sound his body heard. This was because his head had been cut off by the fine thread. He was one of the 10 great bright light guards, yet his head had been cut off in such a manner. At this moment, 3 breaths had passed. The time freeze's power disappeared. The headless corpse slid into the distance and fell into the sea. The head followed closely behind it. However, at this moment, a transparent phantom image flew out of the head. It was difficult for the naked eye to see it, and only a soul or a divine master's cultivation could see it. That transparent phantom image was exactly the same as Venerable Fu-Gui. It was a magical ability that could only be achieved by an almighty divine master. Even though his body had been destroyed, his soul was still there. Suyu! Venerable Fu-Gui roared madly, while his heart was filled with intense hatred. "I will make you regret this." After he spoke, he flew toward the Dragon Abyss's entrance. The entrance was sealed by the heavenly orchid silver bamboo's golden leaves, and it was impossible for his body to enter it. However, his soul could disregard all matter and enter it. Venerable Fu-Gui's soul wasn't as powerful as it had been in its peak state, but it was still a great disaster for the people in the Dragon Abyss, whose cultivations were quite low. Suyu was familiar with all of them, and they were all people he wanted to protect. "Ha ha ha, Suyu, just look. I will kill all of them, including your father-in-law. Since you destroyed my body, I will make you suffer so much pain that you will wish you were dead." Venerable Fu-Gui laughed maliciously. Suyu, who was just a soul, couldn't do anything to him, so he could only look on helplessly as he slaughtered all of his family members. However, Suyu's gaze was still calm, and he spoke calmly. "Is that so? Since you are just a soul, why didn't you quickly hide? Instead, you dared to harm others?" Chapter 7:26 Soul Space. As Suyu let out a light shout, the swirling vortexes in his silver-gray eyes released a ferocious suction force. Venerable Fu-Gui, who was about to pass through the golden leaf seal, was blown back like a leaf in the wind. "Ah, what's this?" Venerable Fu-Gui was startled, as he was engulfed by the suction power. Even though he had a powerful soul, he was still like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and his body was being sucked away. The resentment in his eyes turned into panic. "I will send you to hell!" Suyu shouted coldly, his silver-gray eyes shining even brighter. As a swooshing sound echoed, Venerable Fu-Gui's soul body was compressed unceasingly, and in the end it turned into the size of a star, which was absorbed into the whirlpool. "Suyu, don't rejoice too early, as you and the Jinlong continent's people will all be exterminated, and no one will be able to escape." Before he was engulfed, the despairing Venerable Fu-Gui let out a shout of despair, which sounded like a curse. Suyu had an indifferent look on his face. "You don't have to worry about that. Go in peace." Whoosh! His soul body sank into it and fell into a space forged by his soul. It was boundless, empty, and deathly silent. forging space with your soul? How could this be? Even in all creation, old monster can't achieve such a feat, let alone a trifling half-immortal. Venerable Fugue was stunned. It was clearly a dead world. But suddenly there were a few hoarse and evil voices. He newcomer, this old man had the same doubts as you back then. A drop of blood slowly floated over from the darkness. Who is it? Venerable Fugue's hair stood on end, and that evil aura made him panic. The drop of blood calmly floated in front of Venerable Fugue, and it smacked its lips. I'm obviously your senior, as we were all sealed in the soul dimension by that lad. Venerable Fugue's pupils contracted, and as he looked at the drop of blood, his gaze changed greatly. After a long while, his face gradually calmed down. Do you also have a great feud with this child? The droplet of blood chuckled and said, a life and death feud? After all, that little fellow's body was nearly occupied by this old man. Venerable Fugue heaved a sigh of relief inwardly, and his eyes flickered with a bright light. Your Excellency, you have been trapped for such a long time, and you still can't leave. Why don't we work together to find a way out? The drop of blood seemed to be pointing at something. Way out? So what if he could find it? Little fellow, what are you planning to do? Hatred surged in Venerable Fugue's eyes as he said, I'm obviously looking for a new body to cultivate once again, before I grind this lad's bones and scatter his ashes. The droplet of blood did not respond. When Venerable Fugue saw that the drop of blood seemed to be moved, he continued, Your Excellency, if you are willing to join hands with me, you'll surely get many benefits. I'm the Central Prefecture's Bright Light Guard, and I have the support of the Central Prefecture's king, so I can still find you a mere body. What do you think? Do you want to join hands with me? The droplet of blood in front of him gave him an extremely uneasy feeling. Even if he couldn't ally with it, he had to try his best to ease their relationship. What do you think? The drop of blood seemed to be hesitating. Expectation appeared in Venerable Fugue's eyes, and he was quite confident in himself. Since the drop of blood was facing such a predicament, even if it was a ferocious creature, it would still understand the principle of facing a common enemy together. However, in the next moment, the drop of blood chuckled and said, Nothing much. Venerable Fugue's expression became gloomy. Don't you want to take revenge? I don't believe that you don't have any hatred towards this lad for sealing you here. Moreover, the body that I promised to give you is at least a fairy body, or even a divine master body. Venerable Fugue moved back slowly and became vigilant. Hatred? This lad's teacher is quite outstanding, and even if I wanted to hate him, I would still have to be courageous. The drop of blood revealed a faint smile. Moreover, you still can't satisfy my body, and only that lad's teacher can help me. Venerable Fugue's heart shuddered. A teacher? Does that lad have a teacher who hides his abilities? Venerable Fugue had failed to ally with the drop of blood, so he decided to settle for the next best thing. Since this is the case, I won't insist on it, and I will look for a way to break out of this place in the following days. If you don't want to help me, then please don't obstruct me, and you can leave by yourself at that time. He planned to persuade it to mind its own business and get along harmoniously with it. However, the drop of blood let out a strange laugh, and its laughter made his hair stand on end. Leave? Why should I leave? This place is protected by a powerful old man, and I might even get a body in the future. Moreover, a soul might fall here at any time. So why should I leave? A tonic? Venerable Fugue's hair stood on end, and he wondered, does it want to treat me as a tonic? Your Excellency, what do you mean? Do you think that I'm easy to bully? Venerable Fugue put on a fierce front, but he was actually afraid. The drop of blood chuckled. What do I mean? My soul has already been greatly damaged, and I lack a tonic. It's unfortunate that you fell here, so I won't eat you to replenish my body. How dare you?" Venerable Fugue shouted sharply, while he turned around and fled. The drop of blood in front of him was too evil, and he didn't dare to fight it. The drop of blood chuckled. "Freeze!" Venerable Fugue was overwhelmed with shock. As soon as the drop of blood spoke, he was really frozen, and he couldn't move at all. At the same time, his soul body started disintegrating at a high speed, and it turned into sparkling crystals that entered the drop of blood. "Ah, don't." Venerable Fugue let out a terrified roar. However, his voice quickly stopped. His soul body disintegrated, and it was completely erased from the world. An early-stage divine master is still average, the drop of blood said calmly, while its blood-red color became slightly more intense, and it regained some of its luster. "I don't know whether that lad can survive it, as an early-stage divine master is probably his limit, and if a more powerful one comes, he will most likely die here. Moreover, if he dies, I don't even know whether I can get the body promised by that old man, and I might even be trapped in this soul space for the rest of my life." The drop of blood was quite worried, and it got lost in its thoughts. In the outside world, the dragon abyss was in an uproar. They had assumed that Suyu's journey would be like a moth flying into a flame, and that he would surely die. But who would have expected that Suyu, who had just reconstructed his dantian, would become so powerful? He would kill any god who obstructed his way, and he would kill any Buddha who obstructed his way. He had even killed a divine master and one of the 10 great bright light guards. The shock in everyone's heart was at its peak. Even Elder Gio was shocked. Is he really a human? A half-fairy was invincible, yet he was able to kill a divine master. How unimaginable was this? If Elder Gio hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have had to ponder over it for a long time. Wu Yen, who was standing behind Suyu, had come to take Suyu's life, but now she didn't dare to move. The fear in her heart had reached an unprecedented level. Even someone as powerful as Venerable Fugue was unexpectedly killed by this lad. Not only his body, but even his soul also couldn't escape. It could be said that both his body and soul were exterminated. As Wu Yen looked at Suyu's back, she felt like he was a demon god who could kill a divine master with a single thought. She would never forget such a scene for the rest of her life. Suyu was the only one who didn't rejoice at all, even though he had just killed a divine master. Suyu flicked the silk lightly with his finger, and the blood on it flew away, then turned into a blood mist under the setting sun. Sienner. Su, you only had Sienner in his heart. He had killed Venerable Fugue, but he hadn't seen Sienna yet, so it couldn't be considered a victory. As he closed his eyes, the heavenly eye in the sky surveyed the world. All of the Jinlong continent's living beings felt a wave of heavenly might sweeping through their bodies. Regardless of whether they were ants or moths, or even strong martial artists of the fairy realm, none of them could hide from the heavenly wrath. There wasn't any sea. There wasn't any sunken northern continent. There wasn't any in the central continent, western continent, southern continent, or eastern continent. Xia Jingyu had disappeared along with Qin Xian'er. Xia Jingyu. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. His voice, which contained the power of the legendary sound wave cultivation technique, shook the entire area. Everything, from the abyss of the sea to the clouds, was covered by the sound wave. Even the farthest southern continent could hear the roar, which came from the bottom of his heart. All of a sudden, everyone was terrified and uneasy. Whose roar could shake the world? All of a sudden, Suyu's gaze shot toward the clouds in the depths of the sea. A cold light and a tinge of excitement appeared in his eyes at the same time. If you dare to act recklessly here, you will die. Suyu didn't even turn his head. With a flutter of his sleeves, he disappeared. These words were naturally meant for Wu Yen, who was behind him. Not only did Wu Yen not feel disgusted by such a command and threat, but she also heaved a sigh of relief. Her tense nerves relaxed slightly. Finally, Suyu didn't kill her. With Suyu's power, He could kill her in a breath's time. Yes, my lord. Wu Yan nodded hurriedly, not daring to disobey him. At this moment, Su Yu had already flown to the depths of the sea. When he stopped, it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but the place where he stopped was in the sky above Shenhua Island. The place where Su Yu had set off from was also where he had met Xia Jingyu and Qin Xianer. Su Yu's gaze was ice-cold as he quickly followed the aura that he had discovered. When he landed on the ground, he was slightly startled. The aura had come from the backyard of the Duke of Xinyu's palace, which was in a garden filled with blooming pear blossoms. It was now late autumn, and many flowers had withered. However, the pear blossoms in the courtyard were still blooming like snow. The fallen petals were everywhere, and the pavilion was like a painting. The most beautiful thing was the person standing among the fallen petals. Her beautiful figure was like a fairy, and she had an extraordinary temperament. She didn't seem like someone from the mortal world. It was a familiar figure, a familiar place, and a familiar pear blossoms. However, everything had changed. "You've come." The figure turned around, and her beautiful face was still the same as it had been in the past. Xia Jingyu's skirt fluttered in the wind as she sat down gracefully. The wine and dishes were still steaming, as they had just come out of the oven. She was proficient in the Path Divine Decree, so she already knew that Su Yu would come here. In fact, she already knew the fates of Venerable Fu Guei and the 3 divine masters who had been summoned here. Su Yu's gaze flickered for a moment before it was replaced by a sense of unfamiliarity. He then said calmly, "Everything has changed." Xia Jingyu curled up her lips and revealed a smile that could shock the world. As the sun set, her smile was as beautiful as the clouds on the horizon. "That's right. Everything has changed, and it's impossible for us to go back to the past." Xia Jingyu revealed a gentle smile, but her smile contained a sense of loneliness. Su Yu didn't reply, but continued walking forward. He looked at Xia Jingyu calmly, as if he was looking at a stranger. "Give me Qin Xianer's body, while I'm still unable to attack you." Xia Jingyu chuckled lazily and drank a cup of wine. Her snow-white cheeks became flushed as she asked, "You can't attack me? Is this your reward for feeling sorry for me? Or are you pitying me?" Su Yu stood in front of the stone table and said calmly, "It's neither." Xia Jingyu raised her eyes and looked at Su Yu. She then laughed mockingly and asked, "Then what is it?" Chapter 7:27. Hearing this, Xia Jingyu's hands trembled slightly, and the wine spilled onto the stone table, dripping onto it like a tear. "I'm so happy that you are still thinking about me at this moment." Xia Jingyu smiled, but her smile was ice-cold. "Unfortunately, it's too late. I have already turned Xianer into ashes. So what if you have the fate-altering pill?" Xia Jingyu's face was filled with madness and malevolence. "She can forget about getting what I can't get even with everything I have." "Ha ha ha." Xia Jingyu laughed heartily. Her laughter was filled with madness, malice, and desolation. "Ashes?" Thud, thud. Su Yu took 2 steps back, his indifferent eyes rippling. The scene that he had not wanted to see had happened. Xia Jingyu had completely destroyed Xian. You aren't lying?" Su Yu lowered his head, his vision blurred. He could no longer tell whether the falling pear blossom was a flower or snow. Shreds of coldness emanated from the depths of his heart. With him as the epicenter, the temperature within 100 feet suddenly became cold, and snow swirled in the air. Together with the pear blossom, it danced in space and time. That was because his icy heart core had been shattered. His entire heart had been shattered. Xia Jingyu looked up at the setting sun and the bright moon that was about to rise. She said slowly, "I can lie to the world, but I have never lied to you. Xian, you don't need to look for her anymore. I have already turned her into ashes and buried her in the world." Xia Jingyu looked at Su Yu, coldly saying, "Do you regret it now?" "Just as I said, I will make you regret it forever." Su Yu felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if something had broken. His mind was filled with Xian Er's memories. Her mischievous smile, her stubbornness, her well-behaved, her pitiful appearance. He had come too late. Ever since that petite figure had been separated from him, they had never met again. His silent grief melted into the white snow and the pear blossom. At this moment, time and space were silent. Only Su Yu's pain could be heard. The last shred of hope in his heart had been destroyed. All that was left was endless coldness. Xia Jingyu. Su Yu raised his head. Even though his eyes were filled with tears, they were like the eyes of a dead person, without any light or emotion. His tone had become even more indifferent and faintly discernible. Since you can see the future, have you seen your own future? Su Yu asked, as if he was a stranger to her. Xia Jingyu was not afraid at all. With a calm demeanor, she smiled bitterly and said, "Of course I know. I will die, and I will die in your hands." Did she know that she would die? If that was the case, why did she destroy Xian Er? When a person was about to die, his words were always kind. Did she want to use such a method to make Su Yu regret it for the rest of his life? Since you know, then die. Su Yu looked at Xia Jingyu. The heavenly eye, which was beyond the clouds, was staring at Su Yu. It slowly closed before it opened again. Even almighty divine masters could be destroyed with a single glance, let alone Xia Jingyu. The corners of Xia Jingyu's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. "I will indeed die by your hands. But I never said that I would die before you." As soon as she finished speaking, a small and exquisite figure appeared above Xia Jingyu's head. Hong Wan's remnant soul. She was holding the Emperor Tower, and her face was filled with cruelty as she looked at Su Yu with a smile. She couldn't help but laugh heartily as she said, "Even you have such a day." Back then, Xia Jingyu was willing to give herself to the Central Prefecture's king in exchange for your life. How touching was that? But today, she betrayed you completely and forced you to kill her. Your heart must be in great pain, right? Hong Wan laughed maniacally. "Fine, this is your end. However, this little bit of pain is far from enough. Your root is the Jinlong continent, isn't it? Then, I will let you witness the Jinlong continent's destruction. I will let you die in agony." Hong Wan was on the verge of insanity as she raised her hand and threw the Emperor Tower. The Emperor Tower grew in the wind and instantly became 30 feet tall. It stood between them and the heavenly eye. The heavenly eye, which was emitting a destructive power, was blocked by the Emperor Tower. At the same time, Hong Wan's eyes were filled with madness as she laughed hideously. "I sacrificed this remnant soul to bring you a surprise. Prepare yourself. You, as well as all the experts of the Jinlong continent, will be completely annihilated." After she spoke, Hong Wan soared into the sky and collided with the Emperor Tower. Her soul body was instantly shattered by the collision, and she turned into a bright light that was absorbed by the Emperor Tower. The Emperor Tower, which had lost its teleportation ability, suddenly started emitting a bright light once again. The teleportation gate was opened once again. Rumble. When it was opened, the whole 9 dragons world, including the continent, the sea, and the sky, started shaking intensely. The world's spiritual energy went berserk, and raging flames soared into the sky from the depths of the earth. Countless forests, mountains, and cities were engulfed in a sea of flames. Pitch-black cracks appeared in the space. The whole Jinlong world space was on the verge of collapsing. Such a terrifying natural phenomenon, as well as such a sudden calamity, caused the whole continent's living beings to fall into a state of panic. Such a phenomenon had only occurred when Su Yu fought the Blood Emperor at the bottom of the Dragon Abyss. However, the phenomenon that appeared this time was more than 10 times more powerful than the previous one. It seemed like something was about to descend upon the Jinlong world, as if the whole Jinlong world couldn't bear its existence. In the Dragon Abyss, Ju Yuanzhou's face was deathly pale, and his whole body was shivering. Su Yu raised his head and looked at the rotating Emperor Tower with a calm expression. Is this the Blood Emperor's main body? Xia Jingyu chuckled calmly, while the pear blossom book around her body, which was emitted a powerful pressure, was crushed and countless flower petals fell. Xia Jingyu, who was standing among the falling petals, held a cup of wine in her hand and drank it in one go. This is the world that I see. The whole world will be destroyed. There will be no exception for everyone. She then added, You, me, the sky, the earth, the ants, and all living beings will be turned into ashes by the Blood Emperor's descent. This is the end of the world that I see. It turned out that she had already seen through the Jinlong world's end. There was only one scene, which was destruction and deathly stillness. All living beings would be destroyed by the Blood Emperor's palm seal without any exception. Therefore, all struggles were futile in Xia Jingyu's eyes. Was everyone going to die? Su Yu didn't doubt it, as the Blood Emperor could kill everyone, including him. This was because the Blood Emperor himself had descended. Han Yuan had used her remnant soul's power to activate the Emperor Tower to its limit, allowing an all-creation expert's main body to descend. I see. Su Yu raised his head and looked at the sky, while a faint smile appeared on his apathetic face. He then smiled bitterly and said, Xian, I will still have to go down to look for you. Since the Blood Emperor had descended, even if he used the fate-altering pill to save Xian, he would still be killed along with her. Bang! 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 A giant spatial fissure suddenly appeared in the sky, which spanned 10,000 miles. It was like a mirror from top to bottom. There was a long crack. The underground fire, which was buried deep in the ground, started boiling and rushed out of the Earth's surface. Under the sea on the continent, everything was instantly filled with boiling magma. All of the weak living beings were instantly exterminated. The Jinlong continent was engulfed in a sea of flames, just like the world that had been destroyed by the Blood Emperor's palm strike in the past. It's still the same as before, a weak world that can't even withstand a gust of wind. A mocking voice resounded in the world. Everyone, including all living beings, could hear this voice as if it was right next to their ears. At that moment, a majestic figure came out of the Emperor Tower's vortex. He was wearing a blood-red cloak and a blood-red armor, and his black hair was fluttering in the wind, messily draped over his back. His eyes seemed to contain the sun, the moon, and the stars. They were vast and distant, and they seemed to contain all the phenomena in the world. On his head, an illusory crown was faintly discernible. The sun, the moon, the stars, and the universe were carved on the crown. It was as if this majestic figure was a pillar that could support the heavens and the earth. As soon as he appeared, the whole Jinlong world was torn apart, and many terrifying spatial fissures spread in all directions, destroying the world. All creation. This was an all creation. Even if he didn't move, he could still destroy the Jinlong continent. The Blood Emperor, this was the Blood Emperor. He had the universe in his eyes, carried the universe, and stood in the Jinlong world. He could exterminate all living beings with just a glance. The Blood Emperor looked at the Jinlong continent with a faint smile, as well as an apathetic look. Wherever his gaze passed, the mountains, rivers, plants, insects, fishes, birds, and beasts were all incinerated like a painting in a raging fire. As he looked around, a quarter of the Jinlong world had been destroyed. Billions of living beings had all perished. This was just a glance. It was thousands of times more powerful than the figure who had crossed the boundary to come here. As he looked around, his gaze fell upon the heavenly eye above his head. The sky had been torn apart, and only the heavenly eye was hanging there. I don't like being looked down upon, the Blood Emperor said calmly. Bang! As his voice echoed out, a drop of blood dripped from the heavenly eye, which was torn apart on the spot. Su Yu groaned softly, while a dazzling drop of blood dripped from his right eye. He had destroyed the heavenly eye with just a single word. The Blood Emperor retracted his gaze and looked at Su Yu. In an instant, Su Yu felt like he had been bombarded by the whole world's power. He opened his mouth and spouted a mouthful of blood while he was sent flying 100 miles away. "I didn't expect that we would meet again," the Blood Emperor said calmly. His tone was apathetic and cold. In the past, he had sacrificed a fairy artifact to cross over to the teleportation formation in the Dragon Abyss. In the end, he had been ambushed by this lad while he was still on the way, and he had even lost an arm and a leg. So, how could he forget such a humiliation? This was why the first thing he did after appearing in the continent was to kill Su Yu. Even though Su Yu had suffered heavy injuries, his gaze was still apathetic and calm. His heart was already like dead water, and his life and death weren't important to him anymore. "Well, you still didn't die after taking a glance from me," the Blood Emperor exclaimed softly. His gaze had destroyed a quarter of the Jinlong continent, yet it still couldn't kill a half-fairy. He squinted his eyes and asked, "Is this thread the chaos multicolored butterfly?" A thread, which couldn't be seen by the naked eye, slid out of Su Yu's chest. It was precisely this thread that had saved Su Yu's life. Not only had the Blood Emperor discovered it, but he had also recognized its origin. Chapter 728. After saying those words, Zhang Xian turned his gaze over once more. In an instant, Su Yu was once again struck by a destructive power. However, this time, Su Yu did not resign himself to his fate. Instead, he raised his eyes, and a vertical line of blood split open between his brows. It looked like a third eye. In his eyes, there was a silver-black eyeball. His eyes were like bottomless pits. The Blood Emperor's destructive gaze was completely absorbed by the third eye. Su Yu was not injured at all. "What is this?" Shock appeared on the Blood Emperor's face as he looked at Su Yu's third eye. Su Yu did not reply. Instead, he stood up and walked toward the Blood Emperor. Fresh blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were like stagnant water without any luster. "It won't be that easy to kill me." After the Blood Emperor recovered his cold expression, he said, "So, you are a person with a dead heart. How boring." When he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves at Su Yu. All of a sudden, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The space turned pitch black, and Su Yu was about to be turned into ashes. However, at that moment, a terrifyingly huge mountain fell from the sky like a giant spear, shooting down from the 9 heavens. For a moment, the space was distorted, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the Jinlong world shook violently. The momentum of the attack was not much weaker than the Blood Emperor's. The Blood Emperor raised his brows and changed his attack from attacking Su Yu to attacking the ancient giant mountain that was coming at him. The two collided, but there was no sound. The towering mountain shattered, revealing a 10,000 feet long spear in the middle. Celestial artifact, God-slaying spear. The Blood Emperor's gaze turned serious, and he revealed a tinge of fear. He seemed to recognize this spear. Su Yu looked at the shattered giant mountain peak. If he remembered correctly, that should be the giant mountain peak of the Empire of Darkness, which had 9 layers of space within it. There was a celestial artifact hidden in the mountain. The Blood Emperor's expression sank as the celestial artifact shot over. Swimming dragon, 8 trigrams palm. The Blood Emperor used his all creation's power and a celestial grade cultivation technique. At the end of the 9 heavens, on the other side of the god-slaying spear, a majestic, black-robed figure shouted, "Azure Dragon's Eye!" One was an immortal artifact, while the other was an immortal cultivation technique executed with the power of all elephants. The moment they collided, the Jinlong world shook and was on the verge of breaking apart. The world-destroying might shone on the eyes of the true dragon. Everyone could sense that the true dragon's apocalypse was coming. Cough, cough. As the two of them fought, the Blood Emperor stood at his original spot, not moving at all. The world beneath his feet had already disappeared, leaving behind only an endless world of darkness, Above the 9 heavens, it was also pitch black. At the end of the long spear, the majestic black figure coughed heavily several times. He had lost and was hurt. The divine weapon of the Jojo Emperor, the god-slaying spear. The Blood Emperor stared at the long spear, and his eyes were filled with greed. He said, "This spear is famous in Jojo, and countless all creation's old monsters have died in its hands. If he were to personally control this divine weapon, I would have no choice but to die. It's a pity that you, a junior divine master, can't even unleash 1% of its power. Yet you want to use it against me?" Suyu looked over. He had never seen that imposing figure before. However, in the Jinlong continent, there was only one person who had the cultivation of a divine master. The strongest person in the Jinlong continent in the past, the unparalleled king, the King of Darkness. He was the King of Darkness, who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. Who would have thought that the Jinlong continent, which only had a few fairies, would give birth to an almighty divine master? Now that he was holding a fairy artifact, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. However, it was a pity that he was in front of an all creation's old monster. "You traitor! You have finally come. Ever since I discovered that Gu Taishu's clone was hiding in the Jinlong continent, I have been waiting for your arrival. Today you will die." The King of Darkness said righteously. In the past, he had been the King of Darkness, and he had defeated all of the northern continent's hostile factions. Later, he had suddenly retreated and had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. This was a mystery that the outside world had never been able to understand. Now it had finally been solved. In the past, when he had exterminated the Yu clan, he had discovered that Yu Zhong was a central prefecture guard and had fought with him. Later, he had discovered that Gu Taishu was active. After sensing the central prefecture's conspiracy, the King of Darkness went into seclusion to deal with it. He had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. In the past, Lord Shin treated you like his own son, and he had nurtured you with all his heart. However, you betrayed Lord Shin after that despicable person betrayed you. Tianjizi came from the Fairy Mountain at the same time as you. You attacked him from behind and severely injured him. You even chased after him, and you still won't let Lord Shin off. You are worse than a beast. His words spread to every corner of the Jinlong continent, and every living creature heard them clearly. Suyu, who was aware of all the details, understood everything. It turned out that the Blood Emperor used to be Shen Yichen's subordinate. Moreover, he came from the Fairy Mountain with Tianjizi. According to Tianjizi, he and the Blood Emperor came from the same faction, and it seemed like it was true. Although the Blood Emperor was powerful, he was still a heartless person who would betray his master. The Blood Emperor's expression was calm, and he wore a mocking expression. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, and he didn't know how to adapt to circumstances. So it is reasonable that he was killed. He then added, "As for you, even after so many years, you are still loyal to that destitute king. It's a pity that he has already been crippled. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given you his fairy artifact." The Blood Emperor's killing intent was apparent. "Fine, I will kill you first, and then kill that old thing along with the Jinlong continent." After he spoke, the Blood Emperor attacked once again. The King of Darkness held his spear firmly. As the two of them fought, they destroyed many worlds and turned many regions into spatial fragments. This battle lasted for 2 hours. Although the King of Darkness, who held the god-slaughtering spear, had a shocking fighting prowess, he was still not an all-creation old monster. In the end, his vital energy was exhausted, and he was sent flying by the Blood Emperor. After he crashed through countless spaces, he fell in the direction of the Shenyua Island. Suyu calmly stepped forward and caught the heavily injured King of Darkness. When he came into contact with him, Suyu groaned in pain. He was affected by the all-creation power left in the King of Darkness' body, and his body was almost destroyed. As for the King of Darkness, his whole body was covered in wounds, and he was just a few breaths away from death. His soul was also heavily injured in the apocalyptic battle. Even if the Blood Emperor hadn't attacked him, he wouldn't have survived for more than 10 years. The King of Darkness coughed heavily and coughed out blood, which was mixed with bits of flesh. The hand that held the god-slaughtering spear trembled unceasingly. He had already reached his limit. A single glance from an all-creation old monster could destroy a world, and it was quite remarkable that the King of Darkness was able to fight him to such an extent. Ahem, I've let you see a joke. Although the King of Darkness was in a sorry state, he didn't lose his elegance as he looked at Suyu. Although this was the first time they had met, they were already familiar with each other's existences. At this moment, the King of Darkness raised the god-slaughtering spear and blocked the destructive gaze. The Blood Emperor looked at him coldly. After such a long battle, he was only slightly exhausted, and he didn't sustain any injuries. It's time to end this. It's not a bad idea to send both of you to the afterlife, the Blood Emperor said calmly. He then weaved hand signs with his hands and used the roaming Dragon 8 Trigram's palm once again to kill both Suyu and the King of Darkness. However, the King of Darkness laughed loudly and said, "Blood Emperor, you must be dreaming if you think that this will end so easily." Swoosh! The King of Darkness, who was lacking in spiritual energy, had indeed lost all of his power to fight. However, he still took out a pitch-black jade box from his sleeves. This jade box was exactly the same as the one that was held by the First World Senior. The floating life door. The Blood Emperor's expression became gloomy as he hurriedly retreated. The King of Darkness stood up with great difficulty, while his long hair fluttered in the wind. He laughed loudly and said, "You didn't expect that I would be able to comprehend the floating life door after cultivating in seclusion for several hundred years. Blood Emperor, you old bastard, your master used the floating life door to summon an otherworldly demon to injure Lord Shin, which is why you were able to take advantage of him. Now, I will give you a taste of your own medicine." The King of Darkness took out a thin piece of paper, which had many strange characters carved on it. The characters were sinister, and each one of them was filled with a terrifying killing intent and demonic nature. The floating life door is the demon clan's teleportation gate. If you can understand the characters carved on it, you will be able to summon a demon's clone. After 5 minutes, I made a copy of the characters in the box, and after studying them for several hundred years, I finally managed to translate them. When he heard this, the Blood Emperor's expression changed drastically, while fright appeared in his eyes. Are you playing with fire? Once a demon descends, it won't care about friend or foe, and it will kill all living beings. Once it loses control, you will also die. The King of Darkness laughed loudly. "Ha! Could it be that even if I didn't summon it, you would still let me pass? It's over, King of Darkness. Die." Mausoleum? Mausoleum. The King of Darkness spat out some strange characters, which were ear-piercing and made people dizzy. The Blood Emperor's expression changed drastically. Stop! However, it was already too late. The black jade box opened slowly, while a towering black light beam shot out of it. A peerless, ferocious aura emanated from the black light beam. Suyu was quite familiar with this aura, as he had fought the demon's hair in the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion. However, the demon's hair, which had devoured a divine master, wasn't even 1/100th of the aura in front of him. When the light beam disappeared, a towering demonic figure appeared in the air. Its feet were on the ground, while its head was in the sky. Its blood-red eyes were like the sun and moon as it overlooked the world. As soon as it appeared, the whole world was filled with demonic energy. The towering demon swept its surroundings, then fixed its gaze on the strongest all-creation old monster. It then spoke in a malevolent tone, and it seemed like it was laughing maniacally. Bang! The towering demon sent a kick at the Blood Emperor, which was like a black thunderbolt. Shock appeared on the Blood Emperor's face. He clenched his teeth and used the roaming Dragon 8 Trigram's palm to block the attack. Slap! When they exchanged blows, the The Blood Emperor's expression changed drastically. When his palm strike landed on the demon's leg, it was like a rock sinking into the ocean. The demon's leg seemed like a myriad of stars colliding with it. Splutter! The Blood Emperor, who wasn't injured, spouted a mouthful of blood and was sent flying 1,000 miles away. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. The Blood Emperor's expression became gloomy. You are courting death. You are just a trifling demon clone. Yet you still dare to be so arrogant? The Blood Emperor took out a golden wooden fish from his sleeves. The wooden fish's whole body was damaged, and it was quite old. However, it was still filled with an intense Buddhist aura. Chapter 729. The King of Darkness's eyes blurred, and he almost lost himself in it. However, he managed to control himself at the last moment and said in surprise, "Is this a Buddhist treasure?" Humph! In the past, this demon was invincible. However, since then the Central Prefecture's king has done a lot of research on this demon. He has found a way to restrain it, which is the Buddhist power. Using the Buddhist power to suppress the demon, I just need to delay it for a few minutes and wait for it to dissipate by itself. As he spoke, the Blood Emperor knocked on the wooden fish. A majestic sound of Sanskrit reverberated in the world, and a 10,000 jang tall golden Buddha shadow descended from the sky. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, the hideous demon looked terrified. It could only release demonic energy from its body to resist the Buddhist light, and it couldn't chase after the Blood Emperor anymore. This scene made the King of Darkness's heart sink. The floating life door was his trump card to deal with the Blood Emperor. However, the fact was that the Blood Emperor had found a way to deal with it. If the Juzhou Emperor had this method in the past, he wouldn't have ended up like this. It's over. The King of Darkness smiled bitterly. After hundreds of years, I still can't protect the Divine Lord. He could only watch the Blood Emperor knock on the wooden fish and suppress the demon. Time passed slowly. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The demon couldn't break free from the suppression of the Buddhist light. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, the demon let out an indignant roar, turned into a black light beam, and disappeared. At this moment, the Blood Emperor also stopped. His face was slightly pale, as if he had overexerted himself. Cracks appeared on the wooden fish in his hand. In the battle, just now, the already broken wooden fish was on the verge of shattering. The Blood Emperor took a deep breath, and his face was extremely gloomy. Good, good. I have underestimated you. If I hadn't prepared well, you would have succeeded. The Blood Emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the King of Darkness coldly. The King of Darkness's eyes were filled with despair, and he smiled bitterly. I have failed the Divine Lord for so many years. I couldn't fulfill his wish, and I couldn't take revenge for him. My death is not to be regretted. In the past, the Juzhou Emperor had fallen, but there were still people who were so loyal to him. Their integrity was admirable. Die. The Blood Emperor took a step forward. It was as if the entire world was moving, and he arrived in front of the King of Darkness in the blink of an eye. He pointed a finger at the King of Darkness's forehead. At this point, the King of Darkness, whose world was broken and whose spiritual energy was scarce, couldn't even resist. I hate it. The King of Darkness roared at the moment of his death. I hate the fact that I have the heart to kill the enemy, but I don't have the strength to do so. He glared at the Blood Emperor and said, Blood Emperor, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The Blood Emperor laughed coldly. Then go and become a ghost. After saying those words, Zhang Xian pointed his finger forward. The King of Darkness closed his eyes in despair, his heart full of bitterness. The people in the Dragon Abyss and the living beings on the continent were all silent. They had thought that the arrival of the King of Darkness would save them. Who would have thought that the King of Darkness would be defeated? No one could save them. What awaited them was death. However, just as he pressed down, a whistling sound assaulted him. The Blood Emperor cast a sideways glance, and his pupils contracted. He suddenly withdrew his hand, and his expression became extremely gloomy. "You dare to attack me?" A round ball that was half blue and half yellow spun in the air and returned to Su Yu's palm. "If I didn't attack you, would I have waited for you to kill me?" Su Yu asked calmly. His eyes were still, like stagnant water, without any ripples. The Blood Emperor snorted coldly. "Then I'll let you die first." "Chila!" He pointed a finger at Su Yu. "Su, you didn't have any fairy artifacts, so he couldn't block such an attack. His body and soul would be destroyed the moment he came into contact with it." However, shock appeared on the Blood Emperor's face when he saw that Su Yu didn't try to dodge it. Instead, he just opened his mouth and started reading some cryptic words. G, 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 G. The words were filled with deep killing intent and a strong demonic nature. This was also an incantation. At the same time, Su Yu's soul shook, and a palm print, which had been entrenched in his soul for a long time, floated out. "Floating life door?" The Blood Emperor was shocked. "How is this possible? You also have a floating life door?" This door came from an ancient ruin in the Twilight Mountains. The King of Darkness was also shocked. "What? This is Wu Xian Daoist's floating life door." In the past, after the Jojo Emperor created the continent, he was on the verge of death, so he handed over the remaining 4 floating life doors to the 4 great guards. They were the King of Darkness, the First World Senior, the Abyss of Wudong's Master, and the Twilight Mountains' Wu Xian Daoist. In the end, besides the King of Darkness and the First World Senior's floating life door, the other 2 people had died, and their floating life doors had disappeared. The King of Darkness had gone to the Twilight Mountains to look for it, but he had only found some ruins. How could such an object appear in Su Yu's hand? Moreover, it was in his soul. Su Yu had hidden it too deeply. What shocked them even more was that Su Yu was reading another cryptic word, which was completely different from what the King of Darkness had read. Did you also comprehend these words? The Blood Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. He was overwhelmed with shock. Both the Central Prefecture's king and the King of Darkness had spent a great deal of effort to comprehend them, and they had spent dozens of years just to succeed. Su Yu nodded calmly. These words are just the demon clan's words. After Su Yu learned how to use the floating life door, he examined the palm seal in his mind and discovered a small word that he had overlooked before. He had assumed that it was some kind of pattern, but after he observed it carefully, he discovered that it was the demon clan's words. These words were also among the words that Yunyazi had given him. Although there weren't many of them, it wasn't difficult for him to comprehend a small part of them. After he finished reading the incantation, the palm seal emitted a bright light and flew toward the sky. It created a pitch-black gap in the sky, and it seemed like the sky had been torn open. A creepy, demonic laughter transmitted from the pitch-black gap. A demon! Another demon! Su Yu looked at the Blood Emperor calmly. Since you are well prepared to deal with demons, why don't you try fighting another one? I want to see whether your wooden fish or that demon can endure it. The Blood Emperor was both angry and hateful. He wanted to kill Su Yu, but he didn't dare to waste any time. He hurriedly took out his wooden fish and summoned the giant golden Buddha. Boom! It was at this moment that the demon descended upon the world. The giant demon, whose whole body was emitting a terrifying demonic energy, grinned evilly as it confronted the giant Buddha. The Blood Emperor incessantly instilled his all-creation power into the wooden fish, while he nervously looked at the demon. As his all-creation power gradually became exhausted, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, just like before, the giant Buddha and the demon were confronting each other. However, as the wooden fish started shattering, the Buddha statue's Buddhist light became dimmer, and it was unexpectedly being suppressed by the demon. The Blood Emperor was greatly startled, and his face became gloomy. Finally, the time it would take to brew half a cup of tea had passed. However, It was at this moment that a loud bang echoed as the wooden fish was shattered. The Buddha's statue disappeared. It seemed like the otherworldly demon was infuriated by the Blood Emperor's previous actions, and it grinned evilly as it tried to grab the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor's scalp went numb. In the past, even the Jojo Emperor had been heavily injured by a single punch from the otherworldly demon. The Blood Emperor turned around and tried to escape. However, the otherworldly demon's palm was too fast, and when it seemed like it couldn't catch the Blood Emperor, it snorted angrily and slapped the Blood Emperor's body. Bang! The Blood Emperor was slapped into the ground, and the whole continent was shaken by the impact. The Blood Emperor's body was torn apart as it was unexpectedly destroyed by the demon's palm strike. After the otherworldly demon killed the Blood Emperor, it turned its gaze toward Su Yu and the King of Darkness. It licked its scarlet tongue and pounced at them while grinning evilly. However, when the time it would take to brew half a cup of tea had passed, it roared angrily, while its body turned into a beam of light and charged into the void. The world became quiet once again, and only the boiling magma remained. The Blood Emperor and all creation old monster had been killed just like that. Many people felt like they were dreaming, and they couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. Even the King of Darkness felt like he was dreaming, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long while. It was only after a long while that they finally accepted this reality. The Blood Emperor had been killed, and the people of the Jinlong continent had been spared. The King of Darkness's eyes flickered as he said, "Let's go and have a look. We must first ascertain whether the Blood Emperor is really dead or not. That old thief is really cunning, and we mustn't fall for his tricks." Su Yu nodded, then went to the place where the Blood Emperor was killed. The ground was littered with minced meat, and even his soul had disappeared. It was obvious that his body and soul had been completely destroyed. It was only at this moment that the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Lord Shin, the Blood Emperor, has been killed. The King of Darkness knelt down in the direction of the northern continent. His eyes were filled with tears. Now that a huge rock had been lifted from his heart, he could finally relax. Su Yu, what are your plans for the future? The King of Darkness looked at Su Yu. Su Yu looked at the shattered sky and earth, then shook his head blankly. I don't know. His heart was already dead, and no matter how vast the world was, it wouldn't be interesting to him. Why don't you follow me and cultivate in seclusion with Lord Shin? The King of Darkness's eyes were filled with admiration. You are such a talented person, and you shouldn't be buried in the dust. However, just as he finished speaking, a strange sound reverberated in their ears. They could see that the minced meat on the ground was wriggling on its own, then condensing together to form the Blood Emperor's body. At the same time, a mocking sneer transmitted from the body. That old bastard, Shinichen, is really still alive. The sudden sneer caused the King of Darkness's whole body to shiver. He looked at the body in disbelief, and his pupils contracted to the size of needles. Did you manage to cultivate it successfully? The undying silver body was a nature-defying body, refining technique that could be used again, as long as the body wasn't damaged. Only the Jojo Emperor had managed to cultivate this technique successfully. In the central prefecture, there was no one else who could comprehend it. The Blood Emperor had unexpectedly managed to cultivate it successfully. In the twinkling of an eye, the Blood Emperor's body had completely recovered. He then opened his eyes, which emitted 2 bright rays of light. At the same time, he threw a punch at the two of them. At such a close distance, it was a sneak attack, so it was impossible for them to dodge it. Be careful! The King of Darkness's expression changed drastically. He raised the god's slaughtering spear and shielded Su Yu behind it. However, how could they block an all-creation realm expert's attack at such a close distance? Bang! The two of them were sent flying away by the force of the collision. As the King of Darkness flew away, his face turned pale and despair filled his heart. When he saw Suyu out of the corner of his eye, he clenched his teeth and patted Suyu's shoulder. He then imbued Suyu with a wisp of his vital energy, which he had just recovered, and shouted loudly, "Run away quickly! Hide, and hide your aura to avoid the continent's calamity." As he spoke, the god's slaughtering spear in his hand shrank until it was the size of a palm. He then stuffed it into Suyu's bosom. The god's slaughtering spear has a space within it that can hide one's aura. If you hide inside it, he won't be able to discover you. The King of Darkness spoke anxiously as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. You are the only one left in the Jinlong continent. If you are still alive, remember to take revenge for us. The King of Darkness laughed bitterly as he pushed Suyu away. Suyu, who was still flying away, sped up and crossed countless spaces like a fireball. Humph! You are about to die, yet you still dare to cause trouble. The Blood Emperor raised his hand and clawed at the King of Darkness. Blood splashed out of the King of Darkness's body as his whole body was torn apart. However, the King of Darkness still had some use in interrogating him, so he didn't kill him. He allowed the King of Darkness to fall onto the ground as he looked at Suyu, who was still flying away. Just as he was about to move, a sweet-sounding voice transmitted from behind him. "Senior, let me take her life with my own hands." When he turned his head around, he saw that it was Xia Jingyu. The Blood Emperor furrowed his brows and muttered to himself irresolutely for a moment before nodding. "Fine. Hong Wan's remnant soul has already informed me about your matter. Come with me to the Central Prefecture, and I will recommend you to the Central Prefecture's king. I will leave this Suyu to you, so that you can take credit for him in front of the Central Prefecture's king." He then added, "However, you aren't a match for him, so you should come with me and take his head back." The Blood Emperor waved his sleeves as he led the way. Xia Jingyu revealed a smile and saluted him. "Many thanks, Senior." As she spoke, she followed the Blood Emperor and flew away. After the time it took to brew half a cup of tea, the Blood Emperor landed in a desolate forest. A giant fireball crater could be seen clearly. This fireball crater was deep in the ground, and it seemed like it had crashed into some underground ruins. In the underground ruins of the Twilight Mountains, a playful smile appeared at the corners of Xia Jingyu's mouth. "This place, you saved me here in the past, so now I will kill you here." After she spoke, she followed the Blood Emperor and jumped into the cave. The underground ruins weren't big, and Suyu, who had fallen into it, was leaning against a giant rock. There was boiling lava all around him. When Suyu detected Xia Jingyu and the Blood Emperor's arrival, he opened his eyes, which were as calm as still water. "Did you come to take my life?" Xia Jingyu replied calmly, "Yes, that's right." Suyu didn't resist her, as it was already too late for him to escape into the god-slaughtering spear space. The Blood Emperor clasped his hands behind his back, while his sorry face was filled with ice-cold, killing intent. "You are just a trifling half-fairy, Junior, yet you managed to force me to use my undying silver body technique. You should be proud of yourself. Now, I will send you on your way." The more he interacted with Suyu, the more afraid he became of Suyu. As such, he attacked mercilessly and pointed his finger at Suyu's chest. His finger contained a terrifying sword energy, and it wasn't something that Suyu could block. Suyu's gaze was calm, and it was as calm as still water. He took a deep look at Xia Jingyu before he closed his eyes and muttered softly, "Goodbye, my lover!" His finger was filled with shocking killing intent, and it streaked across the air as it pierced Suyu's chest. However, the pain that Suyu had expected didn't occur. Instead, a warm liquid splashed on his face. When he opened his eyes subconsciously, he was greeted by a scene that caused his pupils to contract. A beautiful figure was standing in front of him. It was a familiar figure, and it was a familiar aura that he would never forget. There was a scarlet bloodstain on her back, which gradually became bigger, and in the blink of an eye, half of her back had been soaked. her legs trembled, and the beautiful figure fell into Su Yu's embrace. Her mouth was filled with blood, and her face was filled with an apologetic expression. Rain? Su Yu was confused. Xia Jingyu obviously hated him to the core, and she wanted to kill him as soon as possible. So, why did she step forward at the last moment and die for him? Why? What kind of trick is she trying to play? Brother Su Yu, stand up. Xia Jingyu's chest had been pierced through, and her life force was quickly draining away. She raised her hand with great difficulty and held Su Yu's palm. They both possessed the same divine decree, and as they held each other's hands, they could communicate their thoughts to each other. I'm sorry for deceiving you, Brother Su Yu. Xia Jingyu's thoughts were also quickly weakening, and her once cold eyes were now filled with emotion. She then said, Actually, Xiener's body was properly preserved in the Duke of Xianyu's manor, where you two met. I didn't destroy her. Su Yu's mind rumbled. No, Xia Jingyu didn't do such a thing. I didn't betray you, Brother Su Yu. Xia Jingyu's eyes gradually dimmed, and her thoughts became weaker. She was only a few breaths away from death. Su Yu's pupils contracted, and his heart became flustered. His eyes, which were like dead water, became tense again. Xia Jingyu was about to die, and he had thought that he hated her. But now that she was about to die, he realized how flustered he was. Where is your fate-altering pill? Where is it? Quickly take it out. Su Yu and Xia Jingyu both had a fate-altering pill. However, Xia Jingyu smiled gently and sadly. Brother Su Yu, I'm really happy that you still care about me, but there is no need for that. I have already fed the pill to Xiener. Fed it to Xiener? Su Yu's mind shook, and he suddenly recalled the scene in the Duke of Xianyu's manor, where pear blossoms were in full bloom. It was clearly late autumn, so where did the pear blossoms come from? Such a scene, such vitality. Only the vitality emitted by the fate-altering pill could achieve such a thing. The fate-altering pill was being digested by Xiener, and that was why it emitted such vitality and blossomed with pear blossoms. You gave it to Xiener, but what about yourself? Su Yu's eyes became blurry, and he instantly understood Xia Jingyu's intentions. Xia Jingyu smiled sweetly. I don't need it. I gave it to Xiener as a congratulatory gift for your wedding. My gift came late, so I'm sorry. Why did you do that? Su Yu asked. Xia Jingyu slowly closed her eyes, and her eyes lost their luster. I saw the end of the world, the Jinlong's fate, and everyone's death. Fate can't be changed, but 2 fate-altering pills can bring the dead back to life and change fate. Whoever has them will be able to survive this tribulation. She then added, That's why I left mine for Xiener. Brother Su Yu, you two can grow old together. She then added, Because I wanted to avoid Hong Wan's remnant soul surveillance, I treated you coldly on purpose. Please forgive me. Every time I treat you coldly, I feel sad. Brother Su Yu, you must hate me to death. Xia Jingyu closed her eyes, and her remaining consciousness continued to communicate with Su Yu intermittently. Hot tears rolled down Su Yu's cheeks, and his palms trembled. Xia Jingyu was still the same Xia Jingyu. She was willing to sacrifice herself to help him and Xiener. She had never changed. I don't hate you, and I have never hated you because I still love you. Su Yu's voice trembled. Oh, is that so? Good. Xia Jingyu curled up the corners of her mouth and revealed a serene smile. She then fell into Su Yu's embrace. You must be blessed. Xia Jingyu conveyed the last thought in her life. Her small hand, which was holding Su Yu's hand, slowly slid down. She had used her whole life to help Xiener. She obviously wanted to stay with Su Yu forever. Jingyu. Su Yu hugged her body, which was gradually turning cold, and took out the exquisite pagoda. The fate-altering pill within it was filled with vitality, and it could save a person who had just died. Chapter 730. The fate-reversing pill could bring the dead back to life and reverse yin and yang. It was the only heaven-defying pill that could change the fate of death. Xia Jingyu had left the pill with Xian'er to help her and Suyu. She had loved Suyu so much, and Xian'er had entrusted Suyu to her before her death. But she had still chosen to sacrifice herself. Just like in the past, she had sacrificed herself many times to help Suyu and Xian'er. She was still as kind as before. Suyu's heart was filled with grief and shock. He had misunderstood Xia Jingyu. He knew that Xia Jingyu wasn't a heartless and traitorous person, yet he had still misunderstood her. Her heart must be in great pain, especially when Suyu had said that he would kill her with his own hands. In the end, she would die just as she had predicted, and she would die at Suyu's hands. When she died, she was lying quietly in Suyu's hands. Suyu crushed the exquisite tower, and the fate-reversing pill flew out, emitting a 9-colored divine radiance. As it shone upon her, Xia Jingyu's wounds started healing at a speed that could be observed by the naked eye. The blood that had flowed out of her body returned to her body, and the gaping hole started healing quickly. It was a miraculous and heaven-defying miracle. In just a breath's time, her body had recovered to its original state. However, her eyes were still closed, and they didn't fluctuate at all. Her soul eyes didn't detect even the slightest bit of her soul's aura. There was only deathly stillness within her body. Her body had been revived by her life force, but her soul had already disappeared. It had turned into sparkling energy and dissipated in the world. Just relying on the life force emanating from her body wasn't enough to save her life, so she had to swallow the pill. What do you mean by changing fate? What do you mean by resurrecting the dead? If you don't exist in this world, then what does it matter if my fate is changed? In the end, I'll just be a walking corpse. Suyu looked at Xia Jingyu's sleeping face, while a loving smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He then put the pill into Xia Jingyu's mouth. If she consumed it, then her fate might be changed. As long as she and Xian'er survived, then even if he couldn't avoid death, so what? However, at this moment, a cold snort resounded in Suyu's ears. Xia Jingyu is really something. I had planned to recommend her to the Central Prefecture's king as his concubine, but in the end, she just fooled me and Hong Wan. The Blood Emperor's expression turned gloomy. Xia Jingyu's disguise was too good, and he and Hong Wan couldn't guard against her at all. He didn't even know that Qin Xian'er had secretly swallowed another reversal pill. But how stupid is that? Did he really think that a single pill could change his fate of death? She blocked the killing blow for you. How could she block the second blow? Blood Emperor said. As he spoke, his gaze locked onto the fate-altering elixir in Suyu's palm. Greed welled up in his heart as he said, "Wouldn't it be a waste to give such a divine elixir to someone who'll surely die? Why don't you give it to me?" He made a grabbing motion in the air and infused the power of all creations into his body as he tried to snatch the reversal pill away. However, Suyu was prepared for this. Before he attacked, thunder and lightning surged around his body, and he teleported with his thunder body. Don't even think about it. This pill was the only hope of saving Xia Jingyu. How could it be taken away? If that was the case, Xia Jingyu would really disappear from this world. Chila! His body was like a lightning shadow as he teleported across space. As long as he could fight for even a single breath's time, he would be able to feed the pill to Xia Jingyu. After the pill entered her body, even if the Blood Emperor possessed great abilities, he still wouldn't be able to digest its medicinal power and turn it into a complete pill. However, Suyu wasn't facing a fairy or a divine master, but a supreme, all-creation old monster. A cold smile appeared at the corners of the Blood Emperor's mouth. Using spatial power in front of an all-creation old monster? How ignorant and laughable. The Blood Emperor didn't seem to make any move, but he just waved his sleeves casually, causing the world within 100 miles to crumble into spatial fragments. A large area of the pitch-black void appeared ferociously. Wisps of terrifying spatial turbulence howled in the pitch-black abyss. Suyu, who was in the middle of teleportation, suddenly fell out of the void because of the spatial power's disturbance. Moreover, he ended up returning to his original spot. Splutter. As Suyu's technique was forcefully interrupted, the blood vessels in his body shook violently, and he spouted a mouthful of blood. The golden internal energy channel in his body started fluctuating and contracting intensely. Well, your teleportation failed, yet you weren't torn apart by the spatial power. It seems like your body is somewhat special, the Blood Emperor said calmly as he looked at the golden internal energy channel on Suyu's body. After Suyu's teleportation failed, he waved his sleeves without any hesitation and left a trail of afterimages behind him. It was the underworld pearl. If the Blood Emperor was afraid of Suyu, then the only thing he was afraid of was this object. His expression became grave, and he immediately turned around to evade it. Suyu then took advantage of this opportunity to soar into the sky and escape through the underground passage. What Suyu wanted to do wasn't to escape, but to fight for a single breath's time so that Xia Jingyu could consume the pill. After all, he wasn't in a state of battle, so he couldn't help Xia Jingyu swallow the pill. However, it seemed like Suyu had even abandoned the underworld pearl. He was willing to give up anything for Xia Jingyu. Delight appeared in the Blood Emperor's eyes. If he could use this object for himself, it would surely be a powerful magical treasure. However, the Blood Emperor didn't immediately grab it. This was because the pearl was extremely heavy, and he didn't dare to touch it rashly unless he was fully prepared. After all, he still remembered how he had lost his arms and legs to it during their last fight. Moreover, what he was most concerned about at this moment was the fate-altering pill, which was a heaven-defying divine pill. If he got it, it would be tantamount to gaining an extra life. If he wasted time on the underworld pearl and gave Suyu some time to catch his breath, he would end up feeding the pill to Xia Jingyu. For him, who had cultivated to the level of an old monster, he could make a clear decision in a split second. The Blood Emperor chased after Suyu without hesitation. Or rather, he didn't chase after him but teleported. Suyu managed to rush out of the underground passage with great difficulty and reach the outside world. However, the moment he rushed out, a blood-red shadow appeared in front of him. "Lad, where do you think you're going?" The Blood Emperor thrust his palm at him. It was a deadly strike that shattered the void. Suyu's pupils contracted, but he didn't panic. Instead, it seemed like he had already prepared for this. His right eye shone with a wine-red light as he shouted, "Spatial vortex!" A spatial vortex appeared in front of him, and it was unknown where it led to. During the Battle of the 100 Territories Alliance, he had used the spatial whirlpool to help Zi Donglai escape. Suyu's space abilities were space transportation and space vortex. The former teleported a short distance, but could accurately teleport to a location. The latter teleported a long distance, but it was difficult to pinpoint the exact location. Now that the space within 100 kilometers was shattered, short-distance teleportation was impossible. Only long-distance teleportation could be completed. Once the space vortex appeared, Suyu entered it without hesitation. The Blood Emperor's palm strike missed, and his expression changed slightly. Not good. However, there was no panic on his face. Instead, he became even colder. "You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into thin air. In the space vortex, Suyu seemed to have experienced countless teleportations. When he arrived at the teleportation point, he discovered that he was actually in the boundless 9 heavens. Looking down, there was an incomparably huge blue planet below, extremely similar to Earth in the past. Above the planet was a continent shaped like a palm. "It's the Jinlong world," Suyu exclaimed as he recognized it with a single glance. He had already seen such a scene when he was teleporting back to the Jinlong continent from the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. The so-called Jinlong world was actually a planet. Su Yu was no stranger to this concept. In fact, he even had some guesses about what kind of world the Jiuzhou world was. I was unexpectedly teleported to the starry sky. Su Yu was slightly surprised. It seemed like the space vortex had undergone a qualitative change after being sealed for such a long time. In the past, Zidonglai had only teleported him out of the northern continent, but now he had teleported him directly to the starry sky. Since time was pressing, Su Yu didn't have any time to ponder this matter, so he immediately stuffed the fate-altering pill into Xia Jingyu's mouth. However, right at that moment, space energy suddenly appeared around Su Yu. It was so sudden and so precise that it was completely unexpected. The incomparably powerful space energy shook Su Yu away. Xia Jingyu's body, which he was hugging tightly, was forcefully separated by the spatial power. A giant palm, which was within the spatial storm, grabbed Xia Jingyu, who had been pushed away. At the same time, a blood-red figure stepped out of the spatial storm. The Blood Emperor appeared and held Xia Jingyu's neck. A cruel and cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "I have already said that competing with an all-creation old monster's spatial power is foolish and laughable." Su Yu stabilized his body within the spatial storm with great difficulty. As he looked at Xia Jingyu, who was being held by the Blood Emperor, his pupils contracted and his heart thumped wildly. "Let her go, and I can give you anything you want besides the fate-altering pill," Su Yu said in a deep voice as he stared fixedly at Xia Jingyu's body. If her body was destroyed, he would never be able to see Xia Jingyu again. Xia Jingyu was the love of his life. Even Qin Xianer's death had caused Su Yu's heart to sink. So, if Xia Jingyu was killed, how would he feel? The Blood Emperor revealed a ferocious smile. "I only want the fate-altering pill. As for your other possessions, I will come for them one by one, including your life." In front of absolute power, Su Yu didn't even have the right to bargain with him. "Lad, say goodbye to her." The Blood Emperor smiled cruelly as flames started burning between his fingers. In an instant, Xia Jingyu's body was engulfed by raging flames. "No." Su Yu's eyes widened in anger, and he felt like his heart was being torn apart by someone. Su Yu didn't care about the spatial powers tearing him apart as he pounced at her. The Blood Emperor sneered coldly and loosened his grip. Xia Jingyu, who had turned into flames, fell toward the planet beneath her like a bright meteorite. The great friction caused Xia Jingyu's flames to become even more intense. Her beautiful figure was slowly being melted by the raging flames. Su Yu felt like he had just suffered a destructive blow, and his eyes became bloodshot and absent-minded. As he roared crazily, Su Yu pounced at the falling Xia Jingyu. The Blood Emperor sneered coldly and pointed at Su Yu from afar. A wisp of spatial power erupted in front of Su Yu. Su Yu sank into a boundless madness and lost all reason. He plunged into the spatial explosion. Bang! His right arm exploded into pieces. His left arm was shattered, his chest was torn, and even his head had a crack. His entire body fell into a state of disintegration. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to bear such inhuman pain, and they might even faint. However, Su Yu's blood-red eyes were focused on Xia Jingyu, and he didn't feel any pain at all. The fate-altering pill in his palm emitted a 9-colored divine light, and boundless life force surged into Su Yu's body. His body, which had been torn apart, started healing quickly. It was now comparable to the Blood Emperor's undying silver body. The Blood Emperor snorted coldly as he pointed at Xia Jingyu. A series of spatial power explosions occurred in front of Su Yu. Su Yu acted as if nothing had happened to him, and he only had Xia Jingyu in his eyes. His body was destroyed by the spatial explosions, and it was reborn again and again. The bursting blood dyed the starry sky red, dyeing the silent darkness a captivating red. Su Yu, who didn't care about anything, continued chasing after Xia Jingyu. 1,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 1,000 feet. There was only a distance of 10,000 feet between them, but it seemed like it was as long as the two ends of the Milky Way. Su Yu felt like he had been chasing after her for countless years, and he had only managed to catch up to her. Finally, he was nearing her. 10 feet. Su Yu flew over and hugged Xia Jingyu. The raging flames spread to Su Yu's body, engulfing his mangled and torn body. Their two bodies fused together and turned into a giant fireball, which fell on the Jinlong continent. Bang! It was as if a star had been destroyed, and the intense collision gave rise to a boundless cloud of dust, which engulfed the whole continent. A giant fire pit, which was comparable to the northern continents, appeared on the continent. Magma erupted from the pit, and its blood-red temperature burned everything. At the bottom of the deep pit, on top of a giant rock floating in the magma, Su Yu hugged a burning figure. He did not let go no matter what. Jingyu. Su Yu's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were bloodshot. The vital energy in his body surged like a flood, extinguishing the flames on Xia Jingyu's body. With the fate-altering pill, as long as Xia Jingyu's body wasn't destroyed, he would be able to save her. It's fortunate that it's not too late. Su Yu's absent-minded heart calmed down slightly, and he took advantage of this opportunity to stuff the fate-altering pill into Xia Jingyu's mouth. As the pill entered her body, Xia Jingyu's burning injuries started healing quickly, and she would come back to life in a matter of days. Stop! You beast! The Blood Emperor teleported over, but it was already too late. His hair fluttered in anger, and as he roared, he strode forward and tried to grab Xia Jingyu. Even if you have to cut open her stomach, you must still take back the pill. A pill like the fate-altering pill was a precious treasure to the Blood Emperor. However, just as he moved, an unexpected scene occurred. Xia Jingyu's body suddenly started melting. Her whole body started becoming transparent, and it started disappearing from the inside out. Then it turned into a sparkling light that disappeared from the world. It was obvious that she had consumed the fate-altering pill, yet her body wasn't coming back to life. Ah, Jingyu! Su Yu roared angrily, while he tried to instill his vital energy into her body to prevent her from dying. However, nothing happened. Xia Jingyu's body was still melting quickly. Thump! The fate-altering pill, which hadn't been digested yet, rolled out of her body and stopped in front of Su Yu's knees. Blood! Emperor! What did you do to her? Su Yu's blood-red eyes were like lightning, and he seemed like a crazy beast. When he looked at the Blood Emperor, even his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He couldn't help but wonder, are these still the eyes of a human? However, when he came back to his senses, he was overjoyed and he sneered. What does this have to do with me? Her body is melting because the poison in her body has flared up. It seems like she swallowed a deadly poison in advance in order to prevent you from giving her the fate-altering pill after her death. What a foolish woman, the Blood Emperor said disdainfully. Su Yu's heart was shaken, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long while. Chapter 731. Suddenly, Su Yu recalled Xia Jingyu drinking wine under the moonlight at the Duke of Xianyu's palace. Could it be that he had swallowed poison at that time? She already knew that Su Yu would use the fate-altering pill for her. Therefore, he took the pill in advance to make his physical body disappear. Even in death, you are still thinking about me. Su Yu's eyes were hollow, and his heart was filled with boundless grief and sorrow. But I don't want to. Su Yu's eyes shone with a fierce divine light. I don't want you to die. Chi! Suddenly, a dazzling Milky Way appeared on his right palm, and it was filled with boundless, dazzling starlight. The Blood Emperor was startled, and he asked in surprise, "What is this?" Even with his all-creation's eyesight, he couldn't recognize the origin of the object in front of him. Without hesitation, Su Yu placed his right palm, which contained starlight, on Xia Jingyu's abdomen. As the starlight seeped into Xia Jingyu's body, it circulated through her body once before returning to Su Yu's palm. When the starlight dispersed, a layer of purple-black powder appeared on Su Yu's palm. It was the purified poison. Xia Jingyu's transparent body immediately returned to its solid state. In the end, her body was saved. "Little brat, I will also accept this treasure on your behalf." The Blood Emperor's pupils shrank. Although he couldn't recognize the origin of this treasure, it didn't mean that he couldn't discern it. It had the ability to purify the toxins in the body. He realized that the Milky Way starlight was extraordinary. Su Yu turned a deaf ear to her, while he quickly grabbed the fate-altering pill and stuffed it into Xia Jingyu's mouth. "Evil creature, with me here, do you think you still have a chance?" The Blood Emperor smiled cruelly and looked at Xia Jingyu. "Do you think that the flames that I placed on her body can be extinguished so easily?" "What does that mean?" Su Yu's heart thumped, and his expression changed abruptly. Puff! A strange sound entered his ears. It was the sound of something being destroyed in flames. Su Yu felt a sudden heat in his chest, and then his whole body became light. His eyes flashed with fear as he looked down in disbelief. In his arms, Xia Jingyu's body was burned into a pile of ashes. Her ashes floated in the air and fell into the boiling magma. Then, she sank into the eternal silence of the earth. She was dead, completely and utterly destroyed. From then on, there would no longer be a fairy-like, picturesque woman who would risk her life for him time and time again. That peerless figure had completely disappeared from his life. Pain, a heart-wrenching pain, filled his heart. Dead, she's dead. He would never see that woman again. Dong, a soft sound came from Su Yu's bosom, and a thick, pitch-black book floated out of his bosom, floating in front of Su Yu. The Starry Sky Heavenly Book was a low-grade, divine artifact. The divine artifact, which could store a large number of memories, had once belonged to Xia Jingyu. When they were in danger in the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, she had asked Xiener to hand it over to Su Yu. There was a will in this book, and forcefully opening it would only destroy it. Only when Xia Jingyu herself disappeared would the book open. Now, Xia Jingyu's body and soul had been destroyed. She had been erased from this world. The book opened by itself. Su Yu's eyes became blurry as he stared at the Starry Sky Heavenly Book in a daze. The Heavenly Book opened on its own. An expanse of fluorescent light shot out from the book, interweaving into a picture scroll in the void. This was the scene of the memory projection. In the picture was Xia Jingyu's beautiful figure. The absent-minded Su Yu's eyes suddenly focused. He held the Heavenly Book excitedly, looking at the familiar figure without blinking. In the picture, every detail of Xia Jingyu's life was recorded. Every place she had walked, every object she had seen was recorded in detail. Picturesque mountains and rivers, bustling people, all kinds of martial arts, all kinds of strange people, from the ocean to the Empire of Darkness branch, from the branch to the headquarters Lord Exam, from carrying out many tasks to reading all kinds of martial arts. Everything she had seen was recorded in the Starry Sky Heavenly Book, without missing a single detail. It was as if she was reading the world for someone else. Su Yu's soul shook. A promise he had almost forgotten appeared in his mind. When they had parted at Shenyue Island, Xia Jingyu had promised to see all the prosperity of the Jinlong continent for Su Yu. She would use her eyes to replace Su Yu's eyes. She had not forgotten her promise. She had used the Starry Sky Heavenly Book to record all the prosperity she had seen. The picture continued until the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. Xia Jingyu was holding the Heavenly Book, sitting alone on a flight of stairs. She was staring blankly into the distance. The corners of Xia Jingyu's mouth curled up into a smile as she looked at the current Su Yu through the images. She then looked at Su Yu's eyes, which were filled with tenderness. "Brother Su Yu, when you see this, I will already be gone. I don't know how long I accompanied you before I left. I don't know whether I was happy when I left. It's a pity that I can't see the future. I just hope that I left in your arms." As she spoke, Xia Jingyu's face blushed. She looked delicate and beautiful, like a red lotus in the wind. Xia Jingyu bit her lips, mustered up her courage, and shyly looked into Su Yu's eyes. "Brother Su Yu, I don't know whether I told you my feelings before I left. Actually, I like you. I have always liked you. My words must have scared Brother Su Yu, right?" Xia Jingyu's face was filled with regret. "Am I being too selfish? I knew that you had me, but I still troubled you." After thinking for a moment, Xia Jingyu shook her head and forced a smile. "I'm not here anymore. Brother Su Yu, you don't have to worry about it." Her smile was full of loneliness. "Okay, Brother Su Yu, goodbye. These are probably my last words to you. If you find out that I have died, don't be sad, as my world has become more splendid and exciting because of you. I'm very satisfied, and I don't have any regrets." Xia Jingyu stood up, her eyes filled with a smile, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. "Finally, I wish you and Siener a long life together. Please forgive me for not being able to attend your wedding. Goodbye, my beloved brother Su Yu." As the last wisp of her voice faded away, the starry sky, heavenly book's light dimmed. It closed by itself and fell on Su Yu's palm. Su Yu subconsciously tried to grab the blurry figure in the picture. However, what he caught was just an illusory figure. Su Yu's eyes became blurry, and his tears fell on the starry sky, heavenly book. As he stroked the starry sky, heavenly book, Su Yu felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness. Lowly life forms like to use meaningless emotions to warm each other up. "They don't know that it's just a waste of time," the Blood Emperor said coldly. He raised his palm and tried to grab the fate-altering pill. However, when the pill just flew into the air, it was grabbed by a palm. Su Yu treated the starry sky, heavenly book, like a precious treasure, so he carefully put it into the 9-jade spiritual pearl. He lowered his head and looked at the rain ashes on his palm. He didn't even raise his head as he grabbed the fate-altering pill. His white hair hung down and covered his face, so it was impossible to see his expression. However, boundless ice-cold, hatred and killing intent erupted like an ancient flood. "I want you to die," Su Yu said in an apathetic tone. A half-fairy wanting the life of an all-creation old monster was just a joke. However, the Blood Emperor's heart became restless for a moment, and he felt a stifling feeling. After cultivating for so long, his divine sense had already fused with the world, and he could faintly detect ominous signs. That stifling feeling was a bad omen. He couldn't stay in the Jinlong continent for long. He couldn't get rid of it. "I will kill you first," the Blood Emperor said as he looked at Su Yu. The Blood Emperor's gaze became grave as he looked at Su Yu. His gaze contained an all-creation's power, which was enough to instantly kill Su Yu. However, Su Yu did something that infuriated the Blood Emperor. He raised his head, opened his mouth, and swallowed the fate-altering pill. This pill contained a terrifying life force, and if a living person swallowed it, it would be like the most poisonous poison in the world. If Su Yu swallowed it, he would just be courting death. "Lad, you." The Blood Emperor was both startled and angered. He felt like Su Yu had already gone crazy. When the Blood Emperor saw the pill's medicinal power immediately take effect in Su Yu's body, he was filled with hatred. However, his fear of Su Yu also became more intense. The most terrifying thing in the world wasn't a peerless enemy, but a lunatic. This was especially the case for a lunatic who didn't even care about his own life. Now that the pill was gone, the restless feeling in his heart became even more intense. He must quickly leave. However, his mission to kill Shinichen had been delayed for so long. "I don't have any time left. Fine, I'll just destroy the world once again and destroy Jinlong and Shinichen." After the Blood Emperor spoke, he teleported into the starry sky and looked down at the blue planet. As he took a deep breath, a dragon's roar echoed out of his body, while a boundless all-creation power surged out of his body. His left palm shone with a dazzling moonlight, while his right palm shone with sunlight. He grasped the sun and the moon, grasped yin and yang, and wore a crown of stars, sun, and moon on his head. His majestic figure seemed like a heavenly god. His palms shone brightly, illuminating the silent, dark space. In an instant, the sun and moon shone brightly in the starry sky. "Heaven, extinguishing divine palm!" the Blood Emperor shouted, his voice shaking the starry sky. A long time ago, the Zhenlong continent had been destroyed, and even now, it still had the outline of a giant palm. The palm that destroyed the Zhenlong continent was the heaven-extinguishing divine palm's last move, the radiant divine palm. This palm had appeared once again. In the past, the Jojo Emperor had created the continent once again, but now no one could save it. "Extinguish!" the Blood Emperor shouted as he thrust his palm forward. As the sun and moon shone together, a palm print crossed the starry sky and descended upon the blue planet. Along the way, all the meteorites turned into powder, leaving no traces behind. As for the Zhenlong continent, every corner was engulfed by a dazzling radiance, as if it was the end of the world. Amidst the radiance, a palm print that covered the heavens and the earth suddenly descended. From the sea to the eastern continent, from the southern continent to the northern continent, the entire world was covered by the palm print. Bang! The palm print descended. Its destructive power engulfed billions of mountains and rivers. Everywhere it passed, the space shattered. All living creatures and matter were drawn into the boundless void and turned into dust. The northern continent, the southern continent, the western continent, the eastern continent, and the central continent were all shattered like a painting. Even the sea was drawn into nothingness. The Zhenlong world had disappeared in an instant. Wu Yan, the king of darkness, the people in the dragon abyss, and everyone else had been annihilated the moment the world was destroyed. Looking at the starry sky, the blue planet had turned into nothingness. It had been erased from the starry sky. The entire world sank into an eternal, deathly silence. All of the experts on the continent had been annihilated. The Blood Emperor retracted his palm and glanced at it coldly. He muttered, "Lowly beings should be destroyed." However, just as his voice echoed out, his pupils contracted. Everything in the deathly silent ruins had been annihilated, and everything had become deathly still. However, there were still two tenacious life forces left in the deathly silence. If one looked at it from afar, they would see two intact corpses floating in the deathly silent starry sky. One of them was a petite woman who was sleeping peacefully. Her whole body was brimming with life force, and the injuries caused by the previous destruction were instantly healed by a heaven-defying medicinal power. The other corpse was a white-haired youth who was standing calmly in the center of the ruins. He had white hair and blood-red eyes, and his killing intent was so strong that it startled the stars. His body was also brimming with a terrifying life force. Even though the world's destructive power had destroyed everything, it couldn't shake him in the slightest. The fate-altering elixir was just like what Xia Jingyu had predicted, and it could turn the world's destruction around. However, what Suyu wanted wasn't just his own rebirth. As he lowered his head and looked at the ashes in his palm, Suyu laughed heartily in the deathly silence of the world's destruction. His laughter shook the starry sky and millions of galaxies. His laughter was filled with desolation, determination, and madness. "Jingyu, you sacrificed your life for me, so why shouldn't I reverse reincarnation for you? I, Suyu, have never believed in fate, and I have always gone against it. This time I will do the same. Even if it's the reincarnation of fate, I will still go against it." His crazed laughter reverberated throughout the entire galaxy. The Blood Emperor's eyes flickered, and the restlessness in his heart became more intense. He's crazy. He's really crazy. He had cultivated for such a long time, yet he had never heard of anyone who dared to go against the reincarnation of fate. The reincarnation of life and death was a supreme heavenly law, and it was a taboo law. Who would dare to go against it? Yin and yang Life and death are not decided by the heavens nor by fate. Only I, Suyu, can decide. Suyu pointed his finger at the sky and shouted crazily. His left eye shone with a purple light, while his right eye shone with a wine-red light. His time power and space power burst forth at the same time. Life and death, reincarnation, space-time reversal. As Suyu shouted, the entire starry sky was engulfed by his space-time power. Space-time reversal. He wanted everything to return to its original state. How is this possible? Time and space have always flowed without end since the ancient times. How could they possibly reverse it? The Blood Emperor couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, he stiffened, his eyes filled with fright. He saw that the destroyed starry sky, which was engulfed by the purple light, had returned to its original state. The silent destruction wasteland, where the Zhenlong continent was located, had returned to the moment before its destruction. It was the scene of a star suddenly exploding and destroying the world. However, the scene was now being reversed. The explosion had shrunk, and the star had returned to its original state. The dead Zhenlong experts, Wu Yan, the King of Darkness, and Jiu Yuan Zhou, were all in the same state as before their destruction. As for the divine light palm, which had caused the destruction, it was now rapidly retreating. The blue star, the world-destroying divine light palm, and the instantaneous world-destroying explosion were all rewinding. No, it wasn't rewinding, but rather, space-time was reversing. He had returned to the time before the world was destroyed. As he stood there, he couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the divine light palm, which he had used, returned to his palm, and the blue star had returned to its original state before its destruction. However, this wasn't the end. Space-time was still reversing. He wanted to go back to the moment before Xia Jingyu's death.